Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Caps Daily live stream of the market open. Currently midweek, Wednesday, August 20th. And we have some things to discuss here. Let me just make sure my volume is all good. Yep, we are all good to go. So not too much data this morning. We got crude oil inventories at 10:30. FOMC minutes. In terms of earnings this morning, we have some consumer staple stocks that are making a bit of a move here. Whoops, TJX is one on watch. So interestingly enough, TJX reporting earnings gapping up to the high side. Nice beat. So obviously you're still seeing some of that capital that was rotating out of tech coming right into some of those names that are beaten down. TGX earnings 14.4 billion on the revenue side. Expectation was 14.14. So nice little beat there. And then EPS was $1.01 estimate it actually came in at 1.1. So nice double beat across the top and bottom line for TJX. Going into it had a market cap of about 149 billion. It is blasting through the 150 billion market cap at this point. There will likely be a short trade on this company. Let's just see what we can identify. So you can see you're trading right into that little bit of a weekly, daily chart resistance trend line. So you're blasting through a daily ATR level. Weekly ATR is at 139. Let's just look at the monthly chart real quick. 144. 144 is not a bad area for a short, whether or not it gets up there. 141 is not bad either. 144. All right, so I'd look for a short on this name off of the open. I'm probably just going to do some common shares on TJX, but I'd definitely look for some profit taking off of this name. So common shares, I'd look for a pierce of this 140 area, 141, maybe just shy of 141. And then I would add to the position around 144. Lowe's also reported earnings, ticker LOW. So Lowe's this morning gapping up a little bit on the daily chart. Looks like Lowe's is probably going to sweep this pivot, so I wouldn't short this name. I would let it grind a little bit higher. Would I chase on the long side? If we got a small pullback, maybe, but looks like you're going to sweep this high here. Likely fill that gap on Lowe's. Lowe's revenue 23.96 billion in line on the rev side. EPS slight beat. $4.33 on the EPS side. All right, let's see what else we have here. ADI, Analog Devices. ADI also reporting earnings, 2.88 billion revenue, beat expectations of 2.76 billion. EPS forecast was $1.95, came in at $2.05. So a nice beat there for ADI. This chart looks constructive, like it wants to continue to rally. Not a bad looking chart, above all of your key daily moving averages. Certainly not a bad chart. Going to give us new highs. But today where I could see it going is this 243.69, your weekly ATR, which would still imply roughly about another just over 2% rally to the upside. But this name does look constructive for a move into new all-time highs. So ADI showing really decent earnings there. Let's look at Target, TGT, also reporting earnings. So TGT didn't have that consumer staples trade with it. It actually is under pressure this morning. Reporting earnings, TGT coming in at 25.21 billion, beating revenue expectations of 24.9, beating EPS of $2.05. So double beat, and you can see the earnings reaction is pretty poor right now for Target. Do we have a buy level down here? I mean, maybe a scalp long off of this ATR. Let's just see what this would be. So you have weekly impulse 1, weekly impulse 2, weekly impulse 3, 4. This is where your bigger breakout happened. So I would have to wait for Target to sweep this weekly impulse. This was your true weekly impulse right over here, where you had not one, but two weekly impulse breakouts above a previous range. So if Target was to sweep this impulse and maybe come into this 92.50 zone, it might be a small opportunity on the long side. Might be. Let's look at the 2 weeks. Actually, there's a much better area right there on the 2-week chart. You're coming back down to test that massive moving average. That's your 365-week moving average. Wow, big level. That is a big level for Target. I don't mind that actually. So Target right now gapping down by about 10%. Yeah, let this one actually fall. That's not a bad swing trade area either. Let Target fall to about, I would say 91 bucks. 91 bucks looks interesting. You might get a small bounce here at 92.50. Not a bad one. Let's keep scrolling through. You had some Chinese names also report earnings. Baidu, Futu. So Baidu gapping down to 87.80. Not really a big move on Baidu, but nonetheless it is gapping down. Baidu's just been in a very, very choppy range here. Just sort of still carving out what appears to be a very large stage one basing formation. You know, you hit your oversold level, big bounce, and now you've just been kind of creating this rounding bottom on Baidu. I still like Baidu on the long side. Obviously, even common shares down here I think make a lot of sense. This is into a big investing level, an investing level that's held for really since 2010, 2013, 2020, 2022, and now you're carving a nice bottom on this area. So there's some sizable support here for sure on Baidu. But once this basing formation breaks out, this should be a longer term hold. I could easily see this going back to 150. But for now, it's still backing and filling. Hasn't given us that true breakout signal. Baidu earnings revenue estimate was 32.92 billion. It only came in at 32.71 billion, missing the rev side. And the EPS was $13.33. Estimate came in at 13.58. So it beat on the EPS side but missed on the revenue side. Interestingly enough. Baidu's market cap right now is 30.89 billion. Interesting. All right, let's look at Futu. Futu. Futu also reporting earnings. Double beat there. For Futu, it is gapping up. Very strong China name. A lot of momentum behind it, even on the weekly time frame. All right, let's remove some of these drawings here. Futu looks like it's going to break out of these previous all-time highs. Not today, but over the coming weeks. So it does look pretty constructive, I think. So upside target today on Futu probably wants to get into, I could see this one squeezing to its prior day high if things hold constructive. All right, let's see what else we got moving here. Ticker HTZ, Hertz. Hertz is back testing your daily 200 moving average. Below your 113, below your 20, below your 50, below your 7. Where is my 7? There it is. But gapping up now above the 7, so you can see Hertz has been extremely oversold into that 200 moving average. Nice bounce. There must be some news on Hertz. Let's just take a quick peek. Hertz ties up with Amazon Autos to sell used vehicles online. Okay. Partnership collaboration with Amazon. That's certainly positive news in the near term. Not a bad looking chart if it can hold this weekly impulse candle, flag a little bit sideways and move higher. But just your obvious little trading zone that Hertz is now into. You'll have some resistance at this confluence zone, your 20 and your EMA. There'll be some resistance there. But Hertz is one of those names that definitely has some high flying momentum behind it. It can squeeze to the upside based off of sheer momentum. So might be on watch for a continuation long. Let's see where it spiked to in the pre-market. Yeah, look at that. I mean, a spike all the way up to 610 on Hertz. Not a bad one just for a pure momentum play. So let's see, 610. I'm just going to mark that. So a move back to pre-market high would still imply about a 7% move, guys. 7% move to the upside. We'll watch that. And you can see what we got rejected off of right when we were talking that kind of that confluence zone of the 20-day moving average and your EMA. So there's a chance we could try to retest that area, but that should be a decent resistance level in the near term. Maybe 633 we could even retest. But certainly a name that we can trade on the long side today. Just see the hourly chart. So if we got a retest of prior day high, that would be my buy entry on Hertz, and then look for a continuation. I won't chase off the open, but any sort of a retest back to prior day high, I'd look for a potential entry there. All right, so obviously positive news there for Hertz. So DNA, Ginkgo Bioworks, catching a little bit of volume here. Small gap up there, nothing really to do there. Forced Wayfair, Marriott, Choice Hotels, CHH. Look at that name. Small gap up there. Yeah, it targets your big mover to the downside. EL, Estee Lauder, that's also moving to the downside here. Gapping down, piercing your 50-day. I would really have to wait for this one to hit your 78.99, but this chart has been strong, looking like it's going to go through some backing and filling. EL could be on watch for a short, that's for sure. All right, another day where Carvana gapping to the downside, what appears to be triggering a bit of a head and shoulders here on Carvana. So good to know we're still short CVNA common shares, and this trade is now printing yet again to the downside. So big gap down on Carvana. What's bearish about this gap down, guys, is you had a red bar reversal yesterday. You're gapping over the 50. You're gapping over this gap. Trading at right now 326.54. So that is a filthy, filthy decline on CVNA. I do like to see that because that is setting up for this potential head and shoulders on Carvana. So that is a really, really nasty gap down on CVNA. I like that a lot. Losing your 50-day moving average off of a gap is very, very bearish. So where are we going to now? If we want to play out this head and shoulders, guys, it's a pretty big downside target on CVNA. It takes us right back down to that daily 200 moving average on CVNA. That is a filthy decline that could potentially occur. Now, obviously, the markets have been weak. So if the markets bounce, Carvana naturally will likely have a bounce, but potential head and shoulders trigger on CVNA, breaking the neckline with a gap down. We'll see if that wants to hold. I'm more inclined to take the rest of my profits off of CVNA. You know, right now we're going to be pushing up about 19%, give or take, with this gap down. So that's a very, very good trade on the short side of Carvana. But that is a nasty little head and shoulders. It's actually a thing of beauty right now. Excellent. Excellent. So Carvana under pressure. What else we got? AutoZone under a little bit of pressure. So AZO is a stock that has a very strong track record of kind of moving in alignment with the economy. Still really at the all-time highs, coming under a little bit of pressure right now in the pre-market. Definitely seeing some increase in volume. Let's look at CarMax. CarMax is also a little bit of a sympathy play with Carvana. It's also coming under a little bit of pressure, but look at the difference in CarMax versus Carvana. CarMax down to the lows. I mean, I still have some bearish targets on CarMax. You've triggered this head and shoulders quite a while ago, and you've just been chopping in the sideways range. CarMax should give us a move down to 16 bucks. This is a $15, $16 stock. So KMX looks still pretty filthy to the downside. But maybe that's kind of what Carvana is going to play catch up with. Who knows? Who knows? Speculation, right? All right, so AMD is under pressure this morning yet again, continuing to see a decline. losing that point of control right now. AMD knifing through some previous support levels, looking like it wants that gap fill on AMD. Really, the only support level that we're coming into right now is this upsloping trend line, gap fill zone. But you lost the 20-day ferociously yesterday, and you are getting some follow through to the downside today. Another name that I still think will bounce. I think we can get a bounce back up to the 20-day, but semis, certain semis are certainly coming under some pressure. People are de-risking Jackson Hole end of week. NVIDIA earnings are approaching next week. So if we look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA also lost the 20-day yesterday. Seeing a little bit of a bounce today. Not as weak as AMD, but certainly under some pressure. Also losing that 20-day moving average. You kind of had a failed breakout on NVIDIA's chart, which makes this pattern quite dangerous. Now we've seen this playbook before where they sell into earnings and then they gap it right back up into earnings. They kind of let people pile in on the short side in anticipation that NVIDIA is going to fall, and then they push it right back up. So I'm not looking to short NVIDIA personally until it gives me the better signal. But if we were to pop back to the upside on NVIDIA off of its earnings, then I'd look for a short. Is it extended? Yes. Is it the most institutional traded stock right now? Yes, it is, because it's the biggest. But you're coming into weekly chart support. Really, you haven't tested your weekly 7 moving average since you broke out above this area down here. You had a little bit of a dip and then just a huge impulsive move off of that area through the previous all-time high. So NVIDIA is still very, very strong right now, even though it's breaking down a little bit on the daily chart. Still going to have a lot of support and buying coming into this name. You're hitting hourly chart support. This is the first time you've hit the hourly 200 moving average on NVIDIA since you broke out down here above this moving average. So naturally, if it's the first time tagging this upsloping bullish moving average, you're likely going to get a bounce off of it. But there is a M-top potential pattern that's forming here on NVIDIA. So we just need to be mindful of that. Potential head and shoulders formation. The neckline would be drawn here. So you can argue that you have triggered head and shoulders. A retest of the neckline would put us back to about 179. Okay. Ethereum's doing quite well today. That's up 2.6%. Carvana down 5.7% right now and falling. Wow. That is a nasty decline for CVNA, guys. Really nasty. Keep scrolling through here. What else we got shaking and moving this morning? I'm just looking through my master list real quick. Tesla's down 0.5% right now. Apple's down 0.6, so you're still seeing some distribution hitting the NASDAQ market. Right now, you do have the NASDAQ down 0.25, SPY down 0.11, and IWM down 0.1. So IWM and SPY are kind of neck and neck. Natural gas, yet again, another potential down day forming here for nat gas, but it is shaping up a potential little bounce trade here. And one of the reasons I'm seeing that is some of the nat gas equities are catching a little bit of a bid this morning, even though the markets are down. You have some strength creeping back into certain nat gas equities. You saw EQT yesterday eke out a small positive gain. Today it's gapping up slightly, still trying to hold that key area of support. So EQT and AR could be in for a really big dead cat bounce to the upside. And that could indicate that nat gas might try to stage a bit of a bounce here and front run its inventory report tomorrow. Okay, so not looking too bad for sure. Blake bouncing quite nicely today as well. Basically almost engulfing that previous down move. I could still see the markets bouncing today. Snowflake really solid bounce. Let's look at UNH this morning. UNH still backing and filling, going through a little bit of consolidation and downside price action. Silver, gold, silver's doing quite well, bouncing off of its 50-day moving average. Gold doing quite well, gold bouncing off of its lower boundary trend line, also hitting weekly chart support, which is your weekly 20 moving average for gold. Carvana now down 6%, guys. Wow. Wow. That is a nasty move down. Where is CVNA gonna go? CVNA gap fill. Doesn't look like a bad area. It's a pretty harsh decline. So I'm probably going to be taking profits on CVNA off of this gap down. That's the prudent thing to do for sure. All right, so that's a stunning gap down on CVNA. Still falling here into its gap fill. We'll see where this one wants to go. I do have some long levels on CVNA, but they're a little bit lower. So we'll certainly keep that on watch. But CVNA under a lot of pressure this morning. A lot of pressure. HIMS is trying to stage a bit of a bounce here, so HIMS is getting absolutely decimated on the downside yesterday. It's up a little bit in the pre-market. All right, so 10 minutes here till the open. So really the big level for me, or the stock that I like, is shorting TJX. That is something that I think I'm going to get involved in today. See, the high pivot in the pre-market went to 141 high pivot. And I'd probably take the rest of my profits on Carvana. Palantir, another down day for PLTR, eh? Gapping down yet again. It's getting a little bit of exhausted in terms of Palantir. We're coming right into that 50-day moving average, so I think PLTR will stage a bit of a bounce today. So that's actually also on watch for a bit of a stab on the long side, but PLTR gapping down into the 50-day. There should be some support there. We haven't retested the 50-day really since we broke out here in April on PLTR, so I don't mind that from a technical long standpoint. 50-day moving average back test off of an all-time high. Nothing there on the fib level. Interesting. I'm going to keep that on watch for sure, guys. PLTR looks like it should give us a bounce. Nat gas has turned positive. Gold's still ripping. Bitcoin up 0.5%. So again, TGX, that's what I'm watching, guys. TGX. stand up here for the open. Pour some more coffee. We'll get situated here. Again, guys, the indices to this morning might not be the best trading vehicle. The indices could potentially be another choppy price action day. We have Jackson Hole in anticipation of Jackson Hole. So not looking, I'm looking at individual names today to make my money on. But we could be in for some choppy price action in the main indices. So I think there's going to be much better movement. Obviously, I have some long levels on SPY, Palantir, AMD. Excuse me, hustling. SPY right now gapping down a little bit in the session. Could be staging up a inverse head and shoulders on SPY chart. Could be. But I definitely have a long level on Palantir, guys. I have a good long level on PLTR. It's very tempting even here. Very tempting. Come on, stay firm, TGX. Don't fall on me now. Don't fall on me. I want you to stay elevated so I can short your ass into the ground. So I'm looking at taking nasty flush on Oracle. Yep. ORCL. Yeah, Oracle's kind of going through what Palantir is going through. But nasty flush yesterday. It's probably gonna get a bounce here, create a right shoulder to rope in bears. Bulls will still be buying here. But yeah, it does look bad. Nice bounce on Hims this morning. Nice bounce on Snowflake. SPY right now still lagging gold. Nat gas is starting to rip you guys. Nat gas is ripping, gold ripping, Apple's negative, Microsoft's green, Nvidia's under pressure, AMD under pressure, Palantir under pressure. Palantir is going to get a big bounce today. I want Palantir to sweep this low, pierce that 50-day. That's what I'm watching. And I am looking at taking Carvana profits. Nice move on TJX here. Beautiful. I want to see that push to the upside because that gives me a short. Nice push. TJX to rip in here to the upside. Beautiful to see that. Right at the open here. Short TGX up here. 144.40, 144.40. Common shares, starter position. $144.40. Palantir staging a bounce. SPY still under a little bit of pressure. IWM under a little bit of pressure. Intel down 2.6. Open down 6. Palantir still down 2.8. EBAI negative. Hood still negative. BM&R trying to catch a bid. And my final entry, I would double down on my position above 146 on TJX here. 146 pierced. This is just common shares short TGX. Carvana looking still a little weak. Palantir trying to bounce. AMD trying to bounce. HIMS trying to bounce. VKTX bouncing. Snowflake bouncing. Still struggling. IWM's catching a nice bid here. UNH has turned green. Roblox under pressure. Hoods back to the green side. China stocks are seeing some distribution. Tesla's ripping right now. Come on down, TJX. Pay me my money. Come on, TJX. Carvana still just hanging out here. Palantir trying to stage a little bit of a bid off of its 50-day moving average, but it should go lower, PLTR. PLTR should go lower. HIMS is under pressure. SPY getting sold into again. Tesla back to the negative side. VKTX trying to stage a bit of a move here. Good to see. VKTX trying to firm up off of that zone. AMD trying to stage a little bit of a bounce. Palantir getting sold into again. Carvana, come on Carvana, give me more downside. I'm very tempted to cover my Carvana. Roll TGX down, come on. SPY right now, new lows on SPY, guys. New lows on SPY. SPY's continuing to melt. Nice reversal on TJX. Pay me. Pay me my money. SPY still trying to hang in there. TJX dumping, Palantir still bouncing nicely. Trying to bounce and stabilize here. Come on down, TJX. It's your time to shine. Look at VKTX pumping. Look at VKTX pumping, guys. Huge move back up on VKTX. IWM catching a really big bid. Wow, RCKT, that's pumping to the upside right now. Seeing a little bit of distribution. Intel getting absolutely snaked yet again to the downside. Pump and dump on Intel is unbelievably real. What the hell? I didn't want the soy chart. SMR, HIMS back to the negative side. Snowflake doing well. Marvell's seeing some more distribution. Stock sale down. ETH is pumping here, guys. BMNR could be a long trade. BMNR could be a long trade. With Ethereum catching a bid. S&P still weak. IWM holding steady. SoFi's negative. Tesla's showing some strength today, trying to shrug off the downside price action in the market. Look at Testy. Testy's trying to hold. Target's still down 10%. Nasty move down on Target. That is a nasty move down. Pretty much the opposite charts on Target and TGX. Let's look at PLTR. PLTR getting a really big bid off of that 50-day moving average. Carvana still under a little bit of pressure this morning. Ticker Wolf catching some strength today. AR, guys, is making a nice little move. Gold still ripping. Dixie's negative. Tesla's really your only mega cap that's green on the tape. Ethereum pumping to the upside. SPY's still going through some distribution. Look at this strong chart on AR coming in. Volume's coming in on nat gas equities, guys. Nat gas equities, volume is coming in. Nat gas still looking a little bit weak. WTI crude is strong today. Bart asking about Zim, so some shipping stocks. You can take a peek at Zim. Yeah, Zim gapping down this morning, also on earnings. Tough trade. I would have to wait for it to hit this 1-year moving average or even pierce it, but not something that I'm going to get involved in just yet. It is trying to make a reversal off of the lows. JP Morgan's green, Netflix is green. Come on down, TJX. Let's look at SPY again. SPY still hanging at the lows. Again, not much movement in any sort of direction for SPY. Still just hanging around. It still could flush down to this hourly chart support level. That wouldn't be a shocker. Palantir still holding steady. AMD right back down to the lows for AMD. Troublesome price action there for semiconductor land. More distribution hitting the tape. TGX coming in nicely. Coming in real nice. VKTX pumping to the upside. Look at VKTX. Beautiful move. This one, if it clears this one, VKTX is going to squeeze again, guys. Look at that move. Beautiful price action there. Beautiful. Yeah, Georgiana's looking at Zim. So we looked at Zim already. It's obviously gapping down, catching a bit of a bid off of the lows. I don't like it just yet, to be honest. Maybe if the market bottoms here, then it's going to catch a bid, but I don't like it that much. AMD filled its gap, so AMD should catch a bit of a bounce here. BKTX now up 7%. PLTR still down a couple percent. Come on, TJX, take us to profit target 1. I'm looking for 140.40. I'm looking for $4 here on VKTX, guys. I'm looking for $4 on first trim. SPY right now, still at the lows. IWM at the lows. NVIDIA down 1. Microsoft still green on the tape. Hertz is up 6%. Let's look at Hertz here. HTZ. Yeah, Hertz is actually an interesting one coming in here. I said I'd be a buyer of Hertz, retesting this 10-minute chart support level. So a little bit lower for Hertz, and I would actually consider on the long side. What's that chain looking like? AMD still weak. Palantir still coming in. CVNA trying to stage a bit of a bounce. Yep, everything's falling. S&P's at the lows. Apple's falling for sure. Big decline there on the 10-minute chart. AMD's still weak. And I'm all out of my Carvana short, guys. CVNA, I'm all out. I locked in about 18% profit. So that's a beautiful trade on Carvana. I know that was a live day trading room call out when we spiked off of that earnings. So that's a really, really good move. UNH under pressure. ETH still acting well. Palantir still down 3%. I'm watching Palantir. I have a long level on Palantir, but it's a little bit lower. It's a little bit lower. Hertz is trying to make another move to the upside. What's this JHX? James Harmon Industries. Wow, that's down sharply on the session. Intel getting clobbered. Wow. TJT trying to bounce. AMD still weak on the tape into its gap fill. S&P 500 obviously also under some bit of morning pressure. Going for new lows on the S&P. TJX, new lows. Pay me, TJX. Come on down. Come on down. Chipotle's doing well. Kraft Heinz Ketchup. So some of your staples names are still holding up fairly decent right now. You can see SPY still trying to come in. SMR falling, Palantir falling, SPY new lows, NVIDIA down 1.17. Big bounce and continuation on IQ today. So that's still a nasty gap down. Look at that reversal. That's a stunning, stunning reversal. Let's look at target again. Target's bouncing, but probably wants to go back down to the lows. PLTR, guys. PLTR. I'm watching that one. I am watching PLTR. That is for sure. Wow. Coming in hard on Palantir. I like that a lot. Come on down, Palantir. Come on down. Come on, PLTR. HIMS new lows, AMD new lows, SPY new lows. Morning. The markets are under immense pressure this morning. Yes, they are. Two's coming in hard. SPY coming in hard. SPY is approaching a long level, guys. S&P 500 is approaching a long level. So is Palantir. Markets are under a lot of pressure this morning. A lot of pressure. HIMS continue to see some distribution. Wow, look at Palantir knifing. Look at SPY coming in. SPY's about to retest that critical zone. Hourly chart support approaching on SPY. Value area high. We should get a bounce here on SPY. Thank you for that piece of information there, Georgiana. All right, guys, I'm looking at SPY 637 0 DTEs, 637 0 DTEs on SPY. That's what I'm going to be playing. I want us to go a little bit lower though. Just a touch lower for SPY. You are seeing a bit of a bounce here trying to occur. Here guys, PLTR hit my level to a T. I'm long Palantir 149.51. 149.51. I'm long Palantir. Common shares only. It's going even lower. SPY's almost at technical support. PLTR 150 calls look good if you're wanting to take options. That is a precipitous fall right now on PLTR. My oh my. Nasty down move in the equity markets today. Things are getting absolutely done and dusted. Where I'd add to my PLTR is right here at 148.21. I'd double up my common share position. But they are taking this market to the woodshed right now. SPY's hitting hourly chart support. So here we have SPY also hitting hourly chart support, guys. I'm going to enter some 637 SPY calls. I'm in SPY calls here, 637 0 DTEs, 637 0 DTE SPY calls. That's a harsh decline for the major indices. That is a nasty decline. We could still go down to the 636 point of control. That's where I'd add my second entry. Everything is just getting demolished right now. SPY is dropping like a hot potato right now. Dropping IWM is getting smoked right now. Palantir is almost at my secondary ad level. Almost there. Still short TJX, looking for profit target to come into play. AMD still heavy. Tesla down 2, Meta down 2.5, Google down 1.6, Microsoft barely negative, Nvidia down another 2.34%. Absolute bloodbath today on Wall Street. Yet again, another bloodbath. QQQ down almost 1% on the tape. Ethereum still up 1.5. Palantir still looking heavy here. Coming in. TJX still coming into my target. Marvell, yes, Marvell, heavy selling. Everything's seeing heavy selling, especially in semiconductor land. All right, guys, I added to my SPY call options there, 637s. I did take another little ad there. And I'm also adding to my Palantir here, just common shares on Palantir. SPY's just getting absolutely bludgeoned here. Wow, they are just taking SPY down like crazy through hourly chart support. Coming into a gap fill here on the hourly chart. Knifing through your daily 50. SPY is under immense pressure here. Immense pressure. Palantir under immense pressure. We are under a lot of sell side pressure here in the tape. AMD getting smoked. TJX coming into my profit target. So I'm still short TJX. That's coming into profit target 1, guys. Palantir catching a nice little bid here. Still have staples. Really, it's your mega cap tech yet again seeing heavy distribution day. It's your mega cap tech. So SPY filled a nice lower boundary gap. Let's see if it wants to catch any sort of a bid here. Still really a weak bid in the markets right now. SPY's continuing to drip even lower here. Whoa. Massive decline coming into play. Are they going to take SPY into this gap fill? That would be quite crazy if they do. Bloodbath on Wall Street continuing to occur. Palantir is trying to hold steady just a touch here. Nvidia still under pressure, down 2.72% on Nvidia. Filthy move down. You're still down on my SPY calls, guys. My average is $1.19 on my SPY 637 calls. TJX, guys, coming into target. TJX is coming into target, so get ready. Get ready to take first trim, and I'm going to move stop loss to break even. Come on, TJX, here we go. SPY still under immense pressure. It's occurring in TJX. Palantir's trying to stage a bit of a relief rally here. Nice bounce on PLTR, guys. Really good bounce. SPY still not bouncing yet. Still under a lot of pressure for the S&P. Microsoft still under pressure. Some staple stocks are still holding up quite well. SMR down 4. VKTX up 4. Snowflake slightly negative. AR's green. Marvell down about 3%. Just over 3. SPY's yet again trying to go a little bit lower. Remarkable. So Nvidia is still looking heavy. AMD trying to stabilize. Tesla down 2.5. Netflix down half. JP Morgan went negative. Eli Lilly. Bitcoin back to the negative side. VIX is elevated. 2-year yield still trying to shape up here. Interesting level here for BBAI, back testing that EMA 113. Very interesting. SPY's catching a nice bid here. Palantir's trying to bounce. Still down 4.67% on Palantir. Big bid on the S&P so far. Here we're still waiting on. All right, guys, TGX coming into target 1. TJX short coming into target 1. Come on, we're almost there. Come on, TGX, you're so stubborn right now. Nvidia trying to stage a bit of a bounce. S&P trying to stage a bit of a bounce. QQQ still underperforming in mega cap tech land. Qs look like a bit of a waterfall sell-off type approach here. So trim half of my TJX there, moving stop to break even. Profit secured on TGX. That was our A plus pre-market setup. Beautiful trade there. Sorry, there's a lot of action right now when I'm managing positions as well. I did enter a new options trade. Send through to the options group. But TGX, beautiful profit target there, guys. Beautiful. Palantir is still a little weak. Still trying to firm up here for PLTR. SPY still trying to see some more selling. IWM's trying to bounce. A lot of weakness hitting this tape today. Quite a bit of weakness. AMD trying to hold steady. QQQ coming in. Palantir coming in again. Markets are still seeing some sheer sell side pressure. Still some stocks that are green. You have Chipotle Mexican Grill acting super, super well today. Let's look at Kava. SPY's continuing to see some weakness. Nvidia still near the lows. AMD still near the lows. Knifing down. Down another 3.16% on AMD. That is filthy. SPY trying to retest those lows. Qs are still knifing down here, down 1.38% on the Qs. Just falling like a hot knife through butter. Knifing through the weekly the weekly 7 moving average QQQ. Wow. Just getting absolutely decimated. That is quite extraordinary, this sell-off. Quite extraordinary. PLTR still coming in. Palantir new lows. SPY new lows. My oh my. No bid in this market just yet. Absolutely no bid. Still some pockets of strength, but mega cap tech is just demolishing everything here. You still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sectors of the S&P 500 green. It's just your XLK basket down 1.85, XLY down 0.96. Healthcare, utilities, real estate, uh, staples, financials, energy, materials still strong. Just your leaders that have been ripping and ripping and ripping, getting clobbered yet again. Tesla down 3%, Meta down 2.3, Amazon down 2.43, Google down 1.8% on the tape. Wow. Bloodbath on mega cap tech. An extreme bloodbath, that is for sure. Palantir's getting smoked. Q's new lows. IWM heading to the lows. S&P 500 new lows. Can you believe this sell-off? It is just getting absolutely annihilated right now. Knifing through that support trend line. Knifing through the hourly chart support. Got to go to your larger time frame now. SPY is trying to knife through the 4-hour chart support. QQQ is just so heavy. Nvidia is so heavy. AMD just so heavy right now. Getting bludgeoned. Here down 7.3%. Look at that free fall on Palantir. Exiting stage left. That is a clinical bull trap. A complete and utter bloodbath for PLTR today. Can SPY bounce off of support? Extreme divergences on your intraday time frames. Where are the bulls? Nowhere to be seen. Microsoft still trying to hold a little bit steadier here. Take one final entry in these SPY calls. 637s. Still seeing the markets under pressure. Nvidia trying to balance a little bit. QQQ. Wow, QQQ daily chart 50 moving averages all the way down at 559, 555.97. That is a monstrous decline. Took another fill at 50 cents on SPY 637s. Here, common shares is 148.66. I'm not going to add to that position. 148.66. Maybe it wants to sweep this low here. AMD still falling. AR is green. Marvell down 4. Palantir down 7. SMR down 3.6. Viking Therapeutics still up about 5%. SPY right now down 0.8. IWM down 0.7. IWM's actually holding up the best compared to the Qs. Qs are the ones that are definitely seeing that crazy sell side distribution. Absolute bloodbath still on Wall Street. We'll see if we get any sort of a bid at all. Nat gas negative. Crude oil still strong. It's just your mega cap techs. Are they going to eventually catch a bid here? Nvidia down another 3.31. AMD getting slaughtered. You're still struggling here. UNH down another 1.14%. Hertz is up 9. That's seeing some strength. Nucor, ONDS down 10. Tesla down 3. Look at PLTR, still going lower. Getting absolutely knifed here on PLTR. Down super aggressively. It's even knifing through that little trend line. PLTR absolutely crushed it through a point of control. Sorry, a volume weighted average price. Where do you want to go, PLTR? This market's going to have an epic bounce at some point. Maybe it's not even today. Maybe they keep us down here in the deep dark depths below. But it seems like a little bit of the structure has changed in the recent sessions here. So Palantir goes from being one of the leading stocks. It's just crazy how the narrative can change from the leading stocks, and in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, it's down 23%. Filthy, eh? That is filthy. Qs are still at the lows, and IWM at the lows, SPY right at the lows, AMD at the lows. Everything is pretty much at the lows, except for VKTX. That's still hanging in there. So I am down right now sharply on my SPY calls. My average is sitting at 86 cents. And SPY is still melting lower here. That is a filthy, filthy decline, guys. Just the one winner so far for me on the session, TJX. AMD still at the lows. Qs, there's still no bid on the Qs. Wow, down 1.66%. I'm telling you, when these markets fall, they absolutely just fall with. Look at SPY continuing to knife here, guys. That is just an absolute bloodbath. Almost down 1% on SPY. Coming into a gap fill. Imagine they try to fill this gap today. That would be insane. Absolutely insane. Just got to watch some daily charts here for Palantir. Intel now down 7% as well. Poor Intel bulls, eh? They just cannot catch a break. Open down 10%. Jeez. Come on, give us a little bit of a bounce. SPY, give us a little bit of a bounce. Nat gas still slightly negative. AR is still trying to hold steady. Market is weak, but the stock is trying to hold its positive gains. So if the market catches a bid, a name like AR is probably going to catch a decent sized bid. EQT also near the highs. Energy is certainly showing some near-term strength. You look at XOM flying to the upside. You look at Valero. Valero is doing quite well compared to the broad market. It's just your mega cap tech that's under immense pressure. Let's look at Snapchat. Snapchat's also down a couple percent right now. Going right back down to the lows. VKTX. That's still trying to make a move higher. Hertz. Hertz is trying to also make a little bit of a move higher here. Market is just super heavy though. Right, SPY trying to get going here a little bit. Ethereum still showing some strength today. That's up 1.4%. See what BMNR is doing. Might be a bit of an arb play, guys, on BMNR. Let's see ETH again. Yeah, ETH holds this prior day low. BMNR call options look pretty cheap for a nice red to green reversal. Bit of a bid here. BMNR looks interesting down here, guys. I'm thinking about getting some 50 call options because Ethereum's still holding positive. SPY is trying to catch a minor bid. NVIDIA catching a bid. Q's IWM trying to catch a small bid. Still super, super weak though on the tape. Palantir trying to move up here. Come on, SPY. Calls are starting to move up. Again, my average is 86 cents on the SPY 637s. I'm still down. Palantir common share average 148.66. Big bounce on SPY. Come on. Get back above that point of control, SPY. Trying to move up. HIMS isn't down too bad considering the market. Still trying to find some support on HIMS. Yeah, we do have a $9 call and snap, but that's tons of time. That's riding all the way into next year. Yeah, we do. Sorry first. So Snapchat obviously piercing the lows right now, but tons of time on that contract. We got about 8 months on that contract. So that's a little bit of a longer term play into 2026. Palantir trying to catch a little bit of volume here. SPY trying to catch some volume. Remember, there's a lot of green in the SPY equity market right now. There's a ton of buying pressure in your staples, utilities, energy. So there's still quite a few pockets of strength. Start first thing covering his open short here. Nice. You took that open short. Nice job. Yeah, that's a good level. It's a decent level. Yeah, I also took some profits on my QID today, guys. I took profits on my QID short. I took profits on my Carvana short. So I'm out of that name. You have to trim into this weakness. Markets have gone down in a straight line, and it doesn't usually happen that way. HIMS is catching some nice momentum here, guys. HIMS is certainly catching some good momentum. Snowflake trying to make a bit of a reversal. Marvell still weak on the tape. That name has been under pressure with your semiconductors. Stocks has been under immense pressure. Breakdown on stocks. And PLTR is still your standout seller on the tape. I could still see PLTR trying to retest the 50-day moving average, which is sitting right now at 152.88. Right, TJX still looking pretty heavy, guys. That is still starting to pay even more now. Imagine they try to take TJX all the way back to negative price. So that was our A plus setup in the morning. Everyone should have been able to catch that with us. I even took it slightly early, but nice common share short trade there for TJX. I'm considering even keeping some as a swing trade short down into the gap. It'll be interesting. Palantir still trying to make a bit of a move here. Let's look at Tempest AI, TEM. Rigetti backtesting its 50-day. Wow. QBTS. Let's look at that. What else did I see here? Let's look at SNV, Synovus. It's under pressure. RGC. Oops. How's QuantumScape doing today? SPY still testing the lows. UQQ still heavy. IWM still heavy. Chewy acting well. MDT still acting well. Look at that MDT chart. That is phenomenal. Quite crazy. And it's not acting too bad. Coming in though. PPCB, don't know what this ticker is. Nah, it's a SPAC, can't do anything there. ONDS, that's still coming in. Wow, Palantir still falling. Right back down to the lows for PLTR. ONDS still falling. SPY still struggling here immensely. IQ NQ, Tesla struggling. Nasty little breakdown there for Tesla. Hood getting clobbered this morning. It's in anticipation of the FOMC minutes and then the Jackson Hole meeting. Jackson Hole meeting has a lot of fear around it. But maybe the market's just starting to price in a recession. Remember how we were discussing this 10-year minus this US 2-year yield? Let's see what it's actually doing today. So it's still trying to break out of that flag pattern, that 10 and 2 spread. Still at 55 bips. Hasn't given us a true breakout signal yet, but trying to on the weekly chart. Trying to. There was just a lot of overvalued stocks in this market. Q's IWM still selling off. Apple new lows. AMD's trying to stage a mini bounce. Still weak on the tape though. VKTX still moving up here, 6.4%. Let's pump it to the high side, VKTX. Come on, VKTX. Ethereum's still acting well today, considering. Trying to make a big push. BMNR also probably going to make a red to green reversal on that news. Bitcoin's up 0.5%, so that's doing quite well. MRK still holding up quite well. Looking for a range breakout here on Merck. I'm still long commons. I've taken profits on my $85 calls, but I'm still writing $100 calls on MRK. I like this. Buying puts down here. I mean, maybe we go lower, but I can't chase the market after this horrendous fall to the downside. I've been covering some short positions into this weakness. I think if you chase this, it could easily rip up, $4 to $5 in your face from this level. So I don't know. If you want to chase it, by all means, but it's not what I'm doing. I can't chase put options down here. Trend in the near term is certainly down. But we're stretched. I mean, they've thrown this market out quick. 2 days, bang. We've just absolutely annihilated some stocks. Some of your leading stocks too have been decimated. Palantir, Nvidia. The Qs could still go a little lower. You could retest the 50-day moving average sitting at 555.96. They would be absolutely pretty nasty if that happened. But you never know. You never know. That's for sure. It could happen. Coin destroyed your net worth. Let's look at Coinbase. Yeah, Coin's actually hitting a support level here. EMA 113 on the daily. You did sweep that low a little bit, so you stopped out some traders. Bitcoin and crypto are acting a little bit better than the equity markets, so perhaps it wants to move up. PGR trying to make a range break out of here. Nice inverse head and shoulders. So you're seeing a little bit more of that defensive capital, but A nice little daily chart breakout out of an inverse head and shoulders for PGR, bit of your insurance based stocks. That gives us a move to call it 265 for PGR. SPY still acting pretty heavy here. Palantir still at the lows, still seeing some sell side pressure. What a remarkable decline in these equity markets. It's always pretty crazy to see how both ends of the tape can become so extreme, right? You see these absolute rip your face off bull rallies, and then obviously the vice versa. You see these extraordinary sell-offs that just shake you to the core and don't seem to ever want to bounce intraday, but there will be a bounce. There will be. Palantir new lows. SPY still at the dead lows. Let's look at some of these other high flyers. CoreWeave. CoreWeave still continuing to fall here. Circle still running that into the ground. I want to look at some of our leading sectors. So again, you have what's the strongest? Staples are the strongest sector right now, then energy, then real estate, then healthcare, then utilities. There's still some green in this market. So I'm going to look at some of those staples names and healthcare names because this is a nice dip in the market that the relative strength-based stocks should catch a continuation bid. Look at PLTR still going. This is an extraordinary sell-off. Volume today, 72 million shares already, and we're only at 10:30 time frame. Back testing an impulse breakout green candle. Wow. Down 8.71%. I wish I was still holding my common shares short. I thought my profit of 11% was good. Yeah, staples are ripping. Costco, Mondelez, Hershey, Lamb Weston's under pressure, Target's under pressure, Monsters pushing Pepsi, MKC, KDP, Dollar General, MTPLF. I don't know what that ticker is. MTPLF, Meta Planet. Sub $10 stock, a little bit of regressor, trading over the counter, OTC market. This one can overshoot technical levels. Sure, you're getting oversold, but a risky business OTC market will generally do for a little bit more manipulation. maybe you get a bounce, but not a name that I like, personally speaking. Let's look at MO here. Wow. Altria Group, MO. Look at that stock. That is just a monster. When will it stop? Crazy. It's like a DG, Dollar General. DG also is trying to push. Let's look at Hershey weekly. Hershey looks good. Pepsi. Pepsi running into a little bit of resistance there. SPY new lows. My oh my, no bid in the underlying market. They just keep annihilating this market. QQQ still falling. It's pretty crazy. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 8 hours of sell side pressure in a row in the Qs, no bounce. And they're still selling at AMD new lows. PLTR continuing to knife, down 9% now on PLTR. They are just absolutely ripping this market down. IWM seeing more selling. SPX coming in hot. Let's see the SPX daily chart. Tier still selling off here, guys. SPY still hanging at the lows. NDX down 1.36%. Catching a little bit of a bounce here in the NDX. See the Qs again. No real bounce yet in the Qs. Ferocious decline in these equities. UNH back under 300. UNH back under 300. Pretty filthy decline. Tesla down 4% right now. Pretty much everything is getting right. Crude oil still holding up steady. Gold up 0.92%. SPY down 1, Q's down 1.6, IWM down 0.97, NVIDIA down 3.35%, Microsoft holding up the best out of all of the mega caps, Apple down 1.69, Google down 2.19, Amazon down 2.8, Meta down 2, Netflix down 1.47, Lilly's negative, JP Morgan's negative, Ethereum still trying to make a move higher, VRTX positive, Merck positive, so you're still seeing healthcare accumulation. Home Depot's taking a bit of a breather. That's actually not a bad probably chart is Home Depot. Obviously, it had a strong earnings reaction yesterday. Oops, sorry, guys. Home Depot coming in pretty hot here. Spies trying to catch a bit of a bid. PLTR still getting annihilated. Still no bid in this market yet. Spy right back down to the lows. Spy just dripping lower, guys. Dripping lower. Q's, IWM all falling. TGX still seeing a little bit. I don't think it's a crash. I mean, you're getting some fear around Jackson Hole. You're getting some fear around um, the tariff news regarding Trump. I mean, maybe there was an anticipation of a ceasefire with Putin, Ukraine, but I don't think we need to panic out of longs yet. You're still technically in an uptrend on the daily and weekly chart of the S&P 500. So this is more of a 4-hour hourly chart sell-off that is occurring. You're resetting a lot of technicals. I don't think that it's an exit stage left sell-off. I think that you're still holding a longer term uptrend. I mean, you look at the SPX here, and obviously we're violating a key daily chart 20 moving averages, but you're still putting higher lows right now, higher highs. So the trend isn't broken until you really take out this low around 6,200. So obviously there's still quite a bit of distribution going on, but just technically speaking, the trend isn't broken until you lose this low. And we haven't even had a bearish cross of the 7 and 20 yet. The sell-off is happening very quickly, I'll admit that. And it's going a lot deeper in such a short period of time. But it should try to stage a bit of a bounce. So the moving averages will catch up. Then we'll see if we get a bearish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average. Right now, you haven't got that bearish cross. And this is just a nice technical weekly correction. You're back testing. Look at the weekly chart. You're only hitting the weekly 7. I mean, this market has ran up, right? So it's still holding really, really good technical support on the weekly chart. You're still above these previous pivot all-time highs. You still have a larger bullish pattern, but of course it's tough sitting through a decline if you have long exposure. Apple's at the lows, Nvidia, maybe people are de-risking as well ahead of Nvidia earnings. There's a lot of dynamics that are still at play. But S&P 500 earnings are still okay across the board for the majority of stocks. Semiconductors were a little bit long in the tooth. Names like Palantir obviously stretched valuations. It's been tough to try to bottom pick anything. It's been a straight shot decline over the last 2 days with minimal bounces. There's been absolutely minimal bounces here, which is pretty extraordinary for sure. SPY's still trying to go lower. No bounce yet in Palantir. Nvidia is still heavy at 169, down 3.7%. TJX going down, new lows for TJX. There's still rate cut expectations in the market. We're still expected for rates to cut. But maybe the market's trying to price in a little bit of a near-term recession. There's always that potential. Typically, when rate cuts hit, it is bearish for equities. VKTX still pushing here. Nice move on VKTX. TJX trying to lose 140. Nice reversal on TJX. Palantir still struggling down here. Deep dark depths below. SPY's looking like it's gunning for this gap fill on the daily chart here. It's very close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down move, 15-minute candles in a row. Complete destruction right now in the equity markets. 2-year yield still down more than the 10-year yield. S&P just crossed the 633 level there. So we look at the QQQ pattern, that head and shoulders that we discussed has played out and then some. So that head and shoulders up there has fulfilled its downside target, and we have overshot the move by quite a large degree. So the downside target was 566, sorry, 565 on the Qs. So you can see how much we've overshot in this move to the downside, which is why I still think we should have a snapback at some point, but it's taken a while. All right, TGX still pushing to the downside, still holding this short off of that 144 Pierce zone. That's still coming in nicely. Good to see. There could be a bit of a bounce here on TGX. You are starting to approach this little bit of a previous pivot high zone. So if you're wanting to take full profits, by all means, I'm going to leave it on as a bit of a hedge. I've already trimmed, just keeping a break-even stop loss though on that trade. Palantir trying to bounce a little bit. SPY, minor bounce. NVIDIA is still struggling. VKTX, guys, starting to try to push even more. Look at VKTX now breaking inside of this gap window. This one could start to squeeze here. Nice little reversal off of the lows. Bouncing off that weekly 200 moving average. VKTX looking pretty good right now intraday. Very, very good. Let's look at biotechs. SPY continuing to sell off. Nice pullback in biotechs. Could be a long setup in XBI. Interesting. Look at the Qs, just a complete shit show for the Qs. So we'll see if the Qs want to retest this upsloping trend line today. That would put the Qs back to 564, give or take. Gold still up 1% on the session. I just did all of my QID, all out of QID with members. QID, nice little profit there. TGX still trying to knife a little bit lower. VKTX pushing 9%. Still seeing these markets under pressure, but trying to firm up here at the lows on the Qs. Palantir's trying to bounce a little bit here. I'm still sitting in common shares long PLTR. Just took the position today. Come on, SPY, get your ass up there. AR still continuing to move. Nat Gas is trying to go green. Tesla, Amazon, the megas are still pretty shitty today, down on the tape. HIMS is only down 1%. That's also trying to make a bit of a move off of the lows. HIMS is actually holding up a little bit fairly well considering the sell-off today in the market. A little bit. We'll see if that helps the S&P 500. HIMS is trying to move up. Ethereum still holding steady. Just to put this into perspective, guys, even though the sell-off has been quick, sharp, from this low August pivot move, we're talking August, beginning of August, we were down here. Look at the rally in the SPX. From 62 to 64.80, we've now done a 50% retrace of that move. It's been a pretty big move. AMD trying to bottom a little bit. Palantir trying to catch a small bid. TJX, guys, is still coming lower. Still holding some shorts on TJX. That's under 140. Nice little reversal off of the highs. That one's still printing to the downside. We might see a bit of a bounce here in the equity markets as SPY is trying to press a little bit here. Palantir trying to catch a bit of liquidity as well. Again, Palantir could retest the 50-day moving average. It knifed through it like crazy Nvidia catching a minor bid here. SPY's looking a little bit better. QQQ still down 1.64%. Imagine they took SPY positive today. That would be roughly, what would that be? A move to 639, that would be crazy. Let's look at the weekly chart of SPY. You can see, even though with this sell-off, we're still above that weekly 7 on SPY. Very, very strong chart still. Microsoft trying to catch a bid. Qs are trying to catch a bid. IWM still super weak on the tape here. Down sharply for the IWM. Okay, my average on PLTR is sitting right here at 148.66. This looks like a bit of a zero DTE bounce starting to occur. You still have Nvidia down sharply, Apple, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Meta, all down ferociously on the tape. Big bounce occurring in the equity markets. Here getting a nice stick, still down 7% on PLTR. Still down sharply. Your 20-day moving average on SPY is at 636.13. You're trying to recapture your 50 on the 4-hour chart. You have that previous gap fill sitting around 635 area, 635.80. Everything is starting to catch a bit of a bounce. VKTX still up 8.3, AR still up 0.5%, Snowflake barely negative. Everything's catching a bit of a bid here. Look at ETH, guys. Ethereum is pushing here. Pushing. BMNR still in a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity, guys. A little bit of an arbitrage opportunity on BMNR. Nice job, Lorenzo. Good job. PLTR still trying to make a bit of a move here. S&P still squeezing to the upside. This is a big bounce. Big bounce occurring. Markets can still push a little bit here, guys. We could still see quite a bit of a rally. I mean, you still have some leaders down sharply. Still have some leaders down sharply. Roblox trying to turn green. Hood is down 3.4. Your big boy bad boys are still down pretty immensely. Amazon, Google, Apple, Nvidia, AMD still down heavy. TJX still coming in. Intel right back down to lows. Intel down another 7%. I mean, Intel is probably the most manipulated stock right now. These pops, these drops, this range on Intel is a killer. Killer. I mean, trying to trade Intel off of this news is gambling. I swear you'd probably have better luck, um, you know, at a blackjack table or a roulette table picking black or red. Because this is just filthy, these moves. Coin shares got you bleeding. Yeah, you know what? Coin and crypto is going to probably turn around here. Coin's trying to make a red to green reversal. Bitcoin's looking pretty decent here. Ethereum's looking very strong. Breaking out to the high side. You have the Dixie looking kind of bearish intraday. There's a potential H pattern, bear flag pattern that's going to play out on the US dollar indice here. So Dixie might be having a failed breakout here. We'll certainly watch that. So again, I'm leaning to a pretty big bounce in the markets here. A bold call would be taking SPY back to the green side. Doesn't mean the Qs have to go green, but SPY could go green. That's for sure. AMD really big bounce. UNH still struggling. Snowflake about to go green. BBAI catching a bit of a bid. AR is pushing. Marvell trying to push. Palantir still trying to push a little bit. And the QQQ is just so drastically oversold here that if we were to do a simple retrace from this, really this sell-off where we started waterfalling on the Qs, let's run a fib retrace from this high pivot gap down on the Qs, and you can see just how oversold we are. A simple minimal fib retrace takes us back to 563 on the Qs. A 382 takes us back to 565 on the QQQ. So we are extremely oversold here just based off of this previous waterfall selling. So I would not be surprised for a pretty big bounce back up. Even 564-ish on the Qs looks interesting. That is that previous little trend line that we have. And we need to now we need to watch for the next market cycle. I was kind of briefly touching base on this in the previous video. And basically, are we going to create now a head and shoulders pattern on the Qs? Do we get a big bounce here that creates a right shoulder? That's what we're now watching for in the next stage of the market, guys. We're still in a very strong bullish uptrend, so you have to respect that. But the next stage of the market is, do we get a big bounce to create a right shoulder? And then that kind of gives us two patterns to trade off. We still have the major uptrend, but if that neckline, if we do create a right shoulder here and we get a break of the neckline, then we have some really bearish targets to calculate on the downside. All right, 15 minutes left in this hourly candle for the Qs. I do expect we can still push for this next 15 minutes in the Qs. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. Palantir, almost taking our trade green on Palantir common shares. Still holding these SPY 637 calls down sharply, but we'll see what happens. There's still time in the day. HIMS is trying to go green, HMS, so HIMS is looking a little bit better now. Still holding commons on HIMS. You're getting quite a few stocks charts that are looking like they're trying to put in some local bottoms. Again, BM&R is probably going to catch a really ferocious bid here. especially. It's still down 2%, especially since um, Ethereum's pumping. Let's look at Tempest AI, TEM. Yeah, that's catching a nice bid as well. SPY's still pushing here. Big push on SPY. Palantir still trying to push. Let's look at the QQQ here. Qs are still trying to push. Let's look at the SPX. SPX still bouncing. Qs are still trying here. Look how stretched Qs are from its major moving averages. 200 hourly is up here. EMA, even your 7 is well up above the 567 level. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy oversold conditions still. Tesla still down 3. Microsoft still heavy. Nvidia still down 2.4. Apple down 1.5. Google down 1.7. Amazon, Meta, and Tesla still down. You could still see several hundred billions flow back into this market. AMD catching a big bid. AR is pumping, trying to go for another high of day push on Antero Resources. Looking pretty good. Come on, Palantir still down 7%. So you're back above that 50 chart moving average on SPY. Still trying to push a little bit. Qs are still acting well. SPY is still trying to push a little bit more. We haven't even retested that 5-minute EMA 113 really since we broke down here on Tuesday. Pretty big push right now. A nice bounce off of the market lows. Buying the dip coming in full force. Qs are still trying to bounce a little bit. Palantir is now firming up a little bit more. Well, welcome back, Ram. Are you taking more time off? Or are you back now? What are you up to? You're back now, hopefully. It's always good to sometimes recalibrate, reset. Look at TGX, guys. Even with the market bounce here, a TGX short off of the open there, still printing profits here on TJX. Basically picking that high pivot there. Everyone should have caught that. We discussed that in the pre-market. That was our A+ setup. So nice job if you caught that with us. That's still the gift that keeps on giving. Come on, let's see if we can get these SPY 637 calls green. That would be the next gift. Still pretty stretched from hourly chart support or hourly chart resistance on the Qs. Palantir still trying to make another move higher here. Nice bounce on the IWM. AMD seeing a nice reversal. Keep pushing. Keep going. Qs are still trying to push. Palantir, we're almost green, guys. Only down by about 50-60 cents here on PLTR. Ethereum is ripping up 5%. Snowflakes turn green. AR is green. HIMS is now up 0.5%, guys. Go figure, HIMS is turning green. So you're seeing a lot of stocks, like I said, hitting support, trying to turn green. Snowflake's another one that's trying to turn green here. BBAI looking a little bit more positive. Nice bounces across the board in the equity markets here. Qs are still approaching that first Fibonacci level. That first fib level. Palantir, Nvidia is still trying to move here, still down 2.1% on Nvidia. You're now back testing this previous little gap fill zone on SPY. SPY still acting well though. Nvidia is still pushing, TJX still dipping. Apple still trying to push above 227.21. SPY is trying to get to 636 here. AMD making a nice bullish reversal. You're certainly seeing some liquidity coming back into this market. Certainly seeing it. Palantir still down sharply. We could still push. Still got 7 minutes left in this hourly candle on the Qs. IWM is trying to move back up. IWM is almost back to its opening range low. SPY is now entering 636. So you're seeing some additional call volume coming back into the play. See how much they want to squeeze us. Microsoft still weak. Microsoft hasn't even bounced yet, guys. So if Microsoft starts to bounce here, it's going to really propel the S&P and Qs. Microsoft has barely bounced. Nvidia is still trying to charge a little bit, only down 1.9% now. Still seeing the markets. No problem there. It's always good. All right, Microsoft trying to make a little bit of a move here. Come on, if Microsoft makes this move, it should help this market push even more. 636. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Palantir, we're basically flat on our PLTR long. We are flat on our PLTR long. Come on, SPY. Qs are still down 1.1%. SPY down 0.59. Can they take SPY green? That would be remarkable. SPY green is all the way up here, 639.70-ish. That would be crazy. You got a little bit more green starting to appear on the screen now, guys. Quite a bit more green starting to appear on the screen. Microsoft still struggling a little bit here. Palantir trying to push. So your first little resistance here on the Qs, guys. This is your first resistance. Here we're flat. Microsoft coming in a little bit here. We'll see what type of a pattern we develop now. Technical sell-off fear at Jackson Hole. Look at TJX still printing, guys. TJX is still printing. My oh my, what a move down on TJX. That is stunning. I love it. Absolutely love it, guys. BMNR catching a bit of a bid, still negative, but trying to turn the corner. Carvana is looking much, much better. Snowflake has turned green. SPY's still punching higher here. 637 calls. Look like they're going to get in the money here, guys. Look at TJX still falling. PLTR trying to turn the corner. Imagine they take PLTR green today. That is a filthy, filthy reversal. PLTR, we're green, guys. We are green on PLTR. Beautiful. CRM intraday chart looking very bullish. SoFi seeing a remarkable bounce here. User still acting quite well. So we're green on PLTR, guys. We are green on PLTR. Beautiful to see. Carvana absolutely flying here. Stocks L trying to make a little bit of recovery here. SPY 637 calls are waking up nicely here, guys. Look at that incredible bounce in the markets. That is absolutely incredible. PLTR still moving here. We are green on PLTR. HIMS is now up 1.26% and climbing, guys. HIMS is trying to make a really big bounce here. Might see a little pullback in the markets and then a potential continuation. SPY still trying to trend here. Beautiful move on PLTR, guys. Another little winning trade. I ran something about my YouTube channel getting clicks to like the. You get click like button twice in a day. It's like a 2 session on the market, but in your channel it's only once. Maybe you can look into that. Interesting. Thanks for that update. But PLTR, we are green. SPY 637 calls are printing now, guys. Come on, baby. Keep it going, SPY. What a push. What an absolute beast of a push, guys. Qs are still squeezing. IWM squeezing. Epic. Palantir ripping to the upside here, guys. We are long. We are strong. And this is what a buy the dip bounce looks like. AR is absolutely flying to the upside here. Look at AR, guys. Printing here. Boom. Come on, baby. BBAI. Still have FOMC minutes to come out. Big push in the markets, guys. Really big push. What a push in the markets, guys. Monster move to the upside. We are pumping. Look at TJX still knifing to the downside here. TJX still knifing. little bit of reversal down on SPY. Palantir's still trying to get going. PLTR, guys, still ripping to the upside here. SPY still trying to push here. So Qs are still down 1%. Palantir SPY still trying to push for that 637 zone, guys. Still trying. Snow made a red to green reversal. BBAI red to green. BKTX still strong. AR is still strong. UNH down a couple percent. AMD still down 2%. CRM is looking like a strong chart intraday. So CRM is looking like it wants new highs on the session. Tesla's trying to have a V-shaped recovery here. Apple's sort of lagging a little bit in the grand scheme. Nice bounce in hood. Apple's definitely struggling still. Look at our TGX short, guys. That is still a gift that is printing. TJX, absolutely dumpster fire trade right now, guys. Look at that beautiful 4% short move down. That is stunning. And I'm probably looking for gap fill on my next target. That is a filthy decline. Filthy decline for TJX. Buys still trying to push here. Here, extraordinary bounce here on PLTR. Really, really healthy bounce. Really healthy bounce on a lot of stocks. Carvana, exceptionally healthy bounce. Hood, exceptionally healthy bounce. You know, a lot of stocks are catching decent bids here. I think Snapchat is setting up for a potential red to green reversal as well. Snapchat also cheap contracts doesn't require a lot of money to make quite a bit. Volume is declining here, which is telling me we're carving out a bit of a bottom. Trying to carve a little bit of a bottoming tail off of this previous support zone. Still a risky equity, but definitely looking like it's trying to hold this almost a falling wedge pattern. Bitcoin up one, crude oil still pumping. TJX still falling. Microsoft, look at Microsoft, guys. It hasn't really participated in this bounce. That is crazy. That's filthy. So imagine Microsoft starts to bottom here. That is going to be additional buying pressure in this S&P market. Look at Microsoft coming into its daily chart moving average here. Let's look at Google. Google's bouncing quite nicely. How's Meta doing? Meta's obviously bouncing as well quite nicely. TJX going for new lows. Still flying here. This is barely moved. And look at AR. Beautiful move on AR. EQT is probably the same bet. Yeah, EQT also pushing to the high side. Natural gas was red. It is now green on the tape, nat gas. SPY and IWM are kind of neck and neck in terms of relative strength here. BKTX still up nicely. BBAI turning green on the tape. You have Snowflake turning green on the tape. Marvell still backing and filling a little bit. SMR trying to make a V-shaped recovery as well. SPY just consolidating. It's a healthy thing to see SPY back above this gap. It's still under your hourly chart EMA. I think that's at the minimum retest today. Let's look at the IWM. Microsoft still coming in here. PLTR still holding steady. SPY seeing a little bit of selling here. Minor selling. Markets are coming in just a little bit. We'll see if the dip gets bought. So it was a good hourly chart bounce on the S&P. Really good. So if this turns it to be an inverse head and shoulders, and it's a long shot, an upside target is 641.70. It's a long shot. Not my base case, but we got to watch all the patterns. Right now, markets are still putting in lower lows, lower highs. So the bulls really want to defend this low pivot. They do not want to see this market fall. Microsoft still at the lows. Qs are coming in again. PLTR still holding slightly. TGX still dripping. The SPY's getting heavy again. A lot of opportunity, guys, with this decline. A ton of opportunity in my eyes. Palantir only down 5%. Still holding this trade on the long side, common shares. Looking for more upside in PLTR. Microsoft's still at the lows, guys. So one of the reasons the S&P and Qs are seeing more distributions. Look at Microsoft. Microsoft is getting close to a bottom here. Close. So that should help the markets. I mean, look at this sell-off in Microsoft. It has just been beaten to a pulp. So once that starts to bottom, we should get another push in the S&P 500. But Microsoft is just getting annihilated here. Getting absolutely crushed. And Microsoft is approaching the daily chart 50 moving average. Actually, it's about to tag it. It's very close to tagging it. Look at that. Last time Microsoft hit its 50 daily moving average was when? Down here, since it broke out in May. So there should be some buyers off of that area. Should be. We'll certainly see. SPY and Qs still coming in heavy here. IWM coming in. Nvidia seeing more selling. Microsoft looking heavy. Apple's still looking pretty heavy. Apple looks like maybe it wants new lows as well. But pretty stretched here on Microsoft. Let me mark that 50 moving average for the Q for Microsoft, which is 504.22. right there. Apple's still curling, Q's are still curling slightly lower. Microsoft still trying to come in. Apple sitting right on a point of control zone. Tesla's still struggling a little bit. $0.76. I trimmed a little bit up here when they briefly almost went in the money. I'm thinking about averaging down here, but 76 cents. And again, imagine if this inverse head and shoulders triggered on SPY, that would send us to 641. Microsoft trying to firm up. Dixie right now trying to hold steady. Let's see, crude oil is pushing for the highs. Let's look at AMD. AMD still weak. Nvidia still struggling. PLTR, we're still green on our PLTR, looking for more though. Microsoft, once Microsoft starts to bottom, this market should take another leg higher. So you can see a little bit of buying pressure coming into MSFT right now. Yep, big dollars with PLTR calls. That's right. That is right, Lorenzo. Will they take SPY green? That is the question. Would not shock me, but we'll see. Palantir's still pushing, guys. AMD trying to make another move. Microsoft trying to make a move. SPY trying to make a move. Still up 0.8. Crude up 1.9. Natural gas slightly green. Again, 639. 640 would be positive on the SPY. Not out of the question, guys, for a SPY to go positive today. This is a big test for the markets, okay? Big test for the markets. Is this your first little lower high? Sorry, higher low. Is this your first little higher low? And the question is, can we take out this high and have a bit of a trend shift in the market today? Palantir squeezing here, guys. We are still long, strong PLTR pushing to the highs here. Beautiful PLTR leading stock telling us that the S&P might try to push more. Come on, PLTR, squeeze it. Look at this move on PLTR. It is starting to squeeze here. Come on, baby. Let's go. PLTR. We just need Microsoft and Apple to stop messing around here. Microsoft's still going through some distribution. Apple right now is still going through a bit of distribution. Nvidia is trying to firm up. Meta looking a little bit more constructive. Google right now looking pretty constructive. Amazon looking a little bit more constructive, like it wants to push higher. Tesla's lagging a little bit, but also looking a little bit more constructive. It's really your big Microsoft and Apple that are kind of dampening the party here in the near term. But you're close to major daily chart support on Microsoft. Look at that 50-day. You're sitting right there. That 50-day is close. Dixie still negative. Ethereum still up 4.9. Come on, SPY. Put your ass up there. Sure, sorry about that. Tier still ripping. SPY trying to hold steady. Microsoft still going through distribution here. QQQ still going through distribution. Apple and Microsoft still are the weaker ones. Getting heavy here. Haven't really bounced yet, but if they do bounce, it should propel the S&P and Qs a little bit higher here. AMD's trying to build a bit of a flag pattern on its 10-minute chart. NVIDIA trying to build a bit of a flag pattern on the 5-10-minute chart. Tier still squeezing. Microsoft's still lagging a little bit here, guys, but look at our PLTR. Common shares are printing to the upside, baby. This is why you trade the dip. We bought that dip, and I think PLTR, they could try to take it positive here. Not a lot of people would expect that, but they could. Stranger things have happened, guys. Stranger things have happened. SPY is starting to make a move here. S&P 500 making a move. Come on, SPY. Break out of this inverse head and shoulders. Take us to the promised land. Palantir's still squeezing, guys. We are seeing Palantir ripping to the upside here. Come on. Here we go. Still trying. Palantir still trying to make a move to the upside here. Testing that opening range low on PLTR, guys. We're pushing up almost 2% on those common shares. Still have FOMC minutes later today. Microsoft still struggling here, but trying to bounce. Snapchat, Nvidia, AMD all trying to make a little bit of a move. Tesla still down 2.73. Come on, SPY, give us a nice breakout here. Cheers still going. Microsoft trying to firm up a little bit here. MSFT, SPY trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders. Remember, if it does, we have an upside target of the 641. That would turn the S&P green today. That would be a crazy, crazy move. And buy the dip would still be in full force. And we are seeing stocks turning green, guys. Crypto's certainly seeing liquidity inflows. Microsoft's still trying here. It's really, really trying. Where is my news flow? There it is. All right, there's some good volume starting to hit the tape. 637s look to be very, very, very good. SPY's starting to make a move, guys. Excuse me. So I did issue a little bit of a new Lotto 10x trade idea. That is Palantir seeing a little bit of resistance. Nvidia trying to make a move higher here. AMD trying to make a move higher. Nvidia's looking decent. Microsoft's still weighing in on things right now. Microsoft is not wanting to cooperate just yet with the market. Apple still struggling. IWM trying to firm up a little bit. VKTX, guys, looking very, very positive here on VKTX. Look at this flagging pattern, higher lows, looking very strong on VKTX, guys. I must say that. Palantir trying to get going. S&P 500 still trying to get going here. Look at this. So we are green on our SPY 637s, but I want those 637s in the money. Come on, SPY, you can do it. Microsoft trying, Nvidia breaking a bit of a flag pattern. AMD hasn't even broke its flag pattern just yet, but trying. BBAI starting to rip. Starting to rip. Snapchat still looking like it's carving out a bit of a local bottom. PLTR still trying to press for positive price action. IWM still trying to squeeze a little bit. AMD's looking a little bit more positive, trying to push up. INTC still weak on the tape, but Nvidia is starting to lead here, breaking out of this 5-minute chart bull flag pattern. Nice little flag pattern forming on Nvidia. The old saying was, so goes Apple, so goes the market. Well, the new saying is, so goes Nvidia, so goes the market. And look at that flag pattern takes Nvidia to 176. Don't know if it'll happen today, but it could. It could. Remember, these markets are hyperbolic, so you have a lot of dip buyers that come into full force. And you've had some pretty harsh selling here. A lot of technical indicators have been reset. A lot of technical indicators have been reset. Palantir, we're still long off the 149.51, guys. Come on, PLTR. Come on. Look at this. We're up over 2.34%. I've got 100 shares long PLTR. Just commons. I would love to see PLTR go positive. I would love it. SPY still holding steady. AMD taking a little bit of a breather. Microsoft hasn't even gotten going yet. So again, we are profitable on all of our day trades today. Palantir so far, we've taken profits. We're green on our SPY 637 calls. I issued a lotto trade. Look at that. SPY 637 calls are in the money, baby. Let's go. They are printing. Here we go. Boom. We took huge short trade off of TJX. That was our wonderful setup off of the morning. Look at that decline off that 144.40 zone. SPY calls are printing. That inverse head and shoulders is alive and strong, guys. PLTR still trying to get going. Here we go, SPY. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. You got more upside. Come on. Let's go to a little bit of a bigger time frame now on SPY. You can see we're hitting a little bit of a 3-minute chart resistance. That's at EMA 113 on the 3-minute chart. PLTR still going. A little bit of a top wick on Nvidia. A little bit more stocks are appearing green on the screen. Still got some oversold conditions in your semiconductors. Ethereum up 6%. HIMS is green on the tape, guys. It was up a little bit more, taking a bit of a breather, but HIMS is looking like it's carving out some higher lows, forming a bit of a base. Oscar today got absolutely slapped, backtesting your EMA, potential buy opportunity there. We'll obviously watch that one. Look at that potential daily bottoming tail forming on Palantir, retesting that 50-day moving average. What an epic reversal on PLTR. Holy moly. What a beast. What an absolute beast. Come on, Pete. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing. Keep pressing here. You got more in you. You know you do. A little bit of moving average resistance on your 15-minute SPY chart. PLTR, Microsoft starting to get going though. That should help. Nvidia taking a minor breather. You're backtesting hourly chart. EMA 113 on SPY. So there's some resistance here. Doesn't mean we can't get through it. The nice positive sign for the S&P is we did make a higher high here. So you held a higher low, you made a higher high on a 3-minute close there. Let's look at this 5-minute chart. You haven't officially closed on the 5-minute higher high, but it's trying. SPY is trying. Palantir still moving. Palantir still grinding higher, guys. Beautiful. Here comes the 5-minute close on SPY. Are we going to get that higher 5-minute close? That should open up some more bullish structure if we do. Positive 5-minute close there on SPY. Positive 5-minute close. Let's see if we want to build momentum off of that. Palantir still going. Nvidia trying to curl to the upside. SPY's trying to bust through 637. Palantir grinding. Nvidia pushing. Apple's still under 227, not really participating yet. Microsoft not really participating yet. AMD now trying to break out of its little flag pattern. SPY's still trying to get going here, guys. $637s are nicely in the money, and we're building momentum here. Microsoft just starting to get going. Come on, keep pushing. Big push in the equity markets here. 637s are still trying to rip. AMD still flagging, trying to break out of a 10-minute chart bull flag pattern. Nvidia is still trying to push. Microsoft's trying to curl now. Apple's maybe starting to participate. Here we go, guys. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. SPY's opening 15-minute range. Opening range. Look at the big punch through there on SPY. Beautiful to see. We have more upside. Come on, can they take SPY positive? We're only 0.38% away from the S&P going positive. Still long and strong PLTR, long and strong the 637 calls. Sorry, 637, not 673. A little bit of selling coming into the Palantir chart, but still looking like there's signs of accumulation. Palantir going for new highs. Come on, let's get to 638 here. Let's get to 638. Microsoft's still trying to push. Apple's struggling just a touch here. Meta's looking more constructive. Amazon looking like a full flag breakout. Tesla trying to push for 322. We are looking a little bit more bullish here in the markets, like we're putting in a V-shaped recovery intraday. PLTR certainly leading things here. Google recapturing prior day low. So there's some relative strength on Google. Google's looking strong. Microsoft still needs to get going. Apple's still just diddling around here. Come on, give us some bigger push. We are trying to recapture some key levels. Look what we're retesting, that previous little neckline. Above your hourly chart EMA right now on SPY. Come on. Still got a lot of red on the screen. A lot of potential upside could still occur in this market. There goes SPY, guys. We are absolutely crushing these 637s now. Sat through quite a bit of volatility. I'm not trimming it. I still think we have more. I still think we have more. Can they take SPY green? It's looking like they might. Nvidia punching. AMD hasn't even broken its bull flag yet. But we are trying to push still. Things are still looking pretty optimistic here. Come on, SPY, get bought back up. AMD still has a bit of a bull flag that it needs to break out of. Apple seeing a little bit of selling. Nvidia a little bit of selling. Still looking fairly decent though in the equity markets. Palantir coming in a minor little bit here. Markets are still tactfully bullish even with this decline. We're still in a larger daily, weekly, monthly uptrend. Palantir still down 3%. SPY still negative. A little bit of selling coming back into Microsoft, AMD, Apple, IWM. SPY's relatively the strongest indice though. Come on, you got more than that, SPY. You got more than that. Get bought up, SPY. Get bought up. Palantir seeing more accumulation. Nvidia taking a minor little breather. AMD still looks like it could break out of a flag pattern. IWM hasn't triggered its inverse head and shoulders yet, but on the precipice of doing so. Palantir just keeps trending here. Keep going, PLTR. SPY, you've got more in you, SPY. Come on. Cabin, you added Prime today, PRME. Nice. Let's look at PRME. This one can go a little bit lower, but yeah, I see what you're adding there. It's an interesting zone. Obviously, it's going to trade with the market. I would prefer it a little bit under $3, so 293, but not a bad area, that's for sure. Right into that gap fill. Not a bad area. All right, SPY seeing a little bit of selling here. We'll see if it can try to catch a bid. Microsoft, Apple are the culprits as usual. Nvidia is still holding up okay, taking a bit of a breather here on the 5-15-minute chart. AMD taking a little bit of a breather here on the hourly chart. Palantir still acting well. Microsoft still seeing selling, Nvidia acting well. AMD taking a little bit of a breather. Still should try to push up on AMD. Microsoft and Apple, again, your weak spots. They're not done selling yet, but they should at some point. But look at Microsoft still trying to come in a little bit. SPY, Microsoft, Microsoft and Apple still weighing in on this market. Still no bottom yet for Microsoft. Looks like it wants to take out the lows one more time, and then maybe we have a bigger bounce. But definitely underperforming Microsoft and Apple today, at least intraday. Still have obviously Tesla underperforming. Google's still doing quite well. Palantir still trying to challenge that prior day low. It's at 156.90. So we'll see if we can push up there again. AMD still trying to flag, build a bit of a full flag pattern. VKTX still up about 8.21% on the tape. This is now an even different inverse head and shoulders building for SPY. Let's see if Microsoft wants to bottom here. Give SPY another little push. Microsoft catching a bit of a bid. Nvidia is softening a touch. Apple still looking a little bit heavier. Palantir still trying to hold 153. Apple still curling down. Microsoft catching a nice bid. AMD, Nvidia, Apple now curling back down. Tesla still trying to push. Meta trying to push. Amazon trying to push. Google still looking good. Come on, Apple. Apple and Nvidia need to see a little bit more accumulation to give SPY its next little push higher here. We're holding over that pivot for the time being. So you can see their little resistance. SPY wants that EMA 113 on the hourly chart. That's what we're battling right now. AMD softening a touch here. Nvidia is still taking a bit of a breather here. AMD as well. Apple's continuing to see more weakness here. Nvidia curling back down, so you're seeing a little bit more selling hitting this tape. IWM curling down, Nvidia seeing selling. So a little bit of a pullback, 15-minute pullback in the S&P 500, and that's natural after a nice bounce. If we do a measured move of this, we should still see an upside move to about 639. That would be a measured move, 639. We'll see if that wants to come into play. SPY getting gobbled up a little bit here. Microsoft still trying here. Apple, AAPL, that's still looking a little bit weaker. Tesla looking a little bit better. Google showing some good relative strength today. It's trying to recapture some prior day lows. So Google's already attacking its prior day low, and look where the S&P is. Amazon still trying. PLTR still grinding, guys. So PLTR is kind of signaling that we should see more upside in this S&P, but it's just Apple needs to get its big fat ass off the ground. Apple and Microsoft. Nvidia and AMD are still looking constructive. They're still forming some bullish flagging patterns on your 5, 10, 15-minute charts. They're still looking pretty good. AMD hasn't broken out of its little flag pattern just yet, so I think it's going to play some catch up. But it's really Apple that's struggling here on the tape. Maybe a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here on Apple's chart. 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. If it can trigger, I mean, you have a nice potential move on Apple back to 228. We'll see if that wants to happen. Still a little bit of ways away. Microsoft, obviously, we're still just waiting on MSFT to perform, but we're still in the driver's seat on our PLTR. We're up almost, what is that, $5 on the trade, common shares. So really, really nice gain. Really, really nice gain. I'm up almost 500 bucks on PLTR commons. I'd like to see that for a day trade. I'll take 500 bucks every day of the week. Made a nice chunk on TJX. That one's still going through distribution. Took a nice chunk off of CVNA shorts today. Accumulated a couple new positions. 637 SPY calls are back to that area. Come on, Microsoft. Get going. Palantir still squeezing, guys. PLTR is still squeezing to the upside. It's a battleground here for SPY. This consolidation is actually somewhat healthy for us to make a push higher. It is somewhat healthy. Apple's still struggling a little bit. Nvidia is still going through a bit of a 20-minute sell. Come on, can they punch us through? Snapchat trying to make a move. Communication stocks, XLC, trading much better than XLK. So there's a clear divergence there. IWM, that's actually holding up well. Looking like IWM wants to break out here as well. Palantir's squeezing, guys. There we go. I just hit 500 bucks on Palantir. I'm still holding though. I'm still holding my 100 shares long. I am not selling yet. I'd love to see this go green on PLTR, guys. I'd love to see it green. SPY still backing and filling a little bit. Microsoft, Apple still weighing in on things here, so we need Apple and Microsoft. Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bid. AMD trying to catch the minor little bid right now. Good 10-minute hammer candle forming on AMD's chart. Apple's still struggling here though. Microsoft, come on. Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bid. Come on. Push higher here. Push higher. Apple's still a little bit heavier here. Microsoft trying to catch a little bit of liquidity, but still a little heavier here. Nvidia softening over the last 20 minutes, still down 1.4% on Nvidia. Softening in price here. Apple looking like it wants new lows. But Microsoft still selling a little bit. Unfortunate there. Ethereum still up 5.6. HIMS is still slightly green. Carvana still down 3.5. Palantir still down 2.7, but significantly off of the lows. EVAI, that's gone green. BMNR made that red to green reversal, up 2.95% now on BMNR. So a nice move on crypto stocks. Tesla still down 2.6. SoFi still slightly negative. Come on, SPY. Microsoft still off of the lows. Apple still just slightly off of the lows. Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit here. AMD still trying to bounce a touch. Come on, SPY, get your butt up there. Apple and Microsoft are trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. They're trying. Microsoft trying to firm up at the lows. IWM pushing back for 225. Uncurling slightly lower. A little bit of more selling coming into the S&P. Will SPY hold this channel? Come on, SPY, hold this channel, push to the high. Apple still struggling, Microsoft holding steady, Amazon curling a little bit, Nvidia just still flagging sideways. Palantir still holding around 153.58. Some more sell side pressure hitting the tape. Apple Dapple coming in, SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Trying to potentially lose this channel. Apple does look like it's going. Palantir still holding steady. Microsoft still off of the lows, but coming under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling. Semis are seeing some selling. Apple potential double bottom or a low liquidity sweep. We'll see what happens there. So we're seeing Apple sweeping the lows, new lows for Apple, guys, new lows for Apple. S&P getting a little bit heavier here. QQQ starting to come in a touch. Apple's definitely underperforming in a very big way. Nice decline on Apple's daily chart, down 2% now for Apple. Still no bid. Microsoft still off of the lows. Nvidia curling slightly down. We'll see if Apple wants to catch any sort of a bid. A little bit of a positive divergence on Apple's chart intraday. One o'clock lunchtime is approaching here, guys. 1 o'clock lunchtime is approaching. So Apple breaking down, looking much heavier, really weighing on the S&P 500. Nvidia a slight decline here on the 5-15-minute chart. AMD seeing a minor decline here. TC Intel's looking like it could make another low of day. Palantir still holding steady. IWM curling slightly lower. So SPY getting definitely a little bit heavier here. Much heavier here. Apple's trying to see a little bit of accumulation at these lows. Palantir still looks like it wants to press higher. Look at PLTR, still wants to push. You have a bond auction coming here. Yields are on watch. Apple trying to firm up. We'll see if semis want to participate. Apple trying to firm up a little bit. SPY went through a nice decline there. Let's see if it can recapture some of its critical areas. It's definitely gone through a little bit of a decline here, giving up some of its momentum. 1 o'clock time frame volume trends typically will lighten up right now. So we'll see if we get just an accumulation. I'm still seeing PLTR just floating and grinding. That's what I'm expecting SPY to do. But obviously PLTR has gone through a whirlwind of a decline of its own. But look at PLTR, still just floating and grinding all day. Nice V-shaped recovery on PLTR. Apple's still trying to push. Nvidia's getting a really big stick now, so Nvidia looking like it's ready. AMD's still flagging on the 5-minute chart. So if we can get these semiconductors to break out of these bull flags intraday, should help the indices, but Nvidia looking like it's charging for a bit of another high here. AMD also trying to break out. Come on, SPY. Get back inside this channel. SPY's trying to recapture that little channel that we just lost briefly. Looks like a bit of a 5-minute chart, almost a 5-minute chart failed breakdown potential. They could push us back to the highs. Come on. Keep going, SPY. Keep pressing. Look at the fake breakdown on Apple, guys. That's a nice bullish recovery on Apple. Microsoft trying to firm up. Tesla getting going. JP Morgan's green. Come on. Take us up. AMD trying to get going now. A little bit more participation from your semis. Here we go. Nice push on the S&P. Really good trend here and push. AMD still looking like it's trying to push here. Nvidia taking a bit of a breather. Palantir still holding near the highs. Apple made that bullish reversal. Microsoft still trying to push. Google trying to bounce a little bit. Amazon still trying to push a little bit. Tesla trying to spike higher. Tesla's looking like it's flagging. SPY still negative on the tape. Some big insider buying there. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, that's some pretty big insider buying. BHC, thank you, Billy. I appreciate that. So Billy posting in the chat some insider buying for BHC. Large insider buying over the last few sessions. Let me just tally that up real quick. So share total is 34.7 million shares. Another two there. So that's several hundred million, almost doubling up. What were the levels? 688, $9 cost. Is that the right ticker? Yeah, sitting right on weekly chart support. Not looking too bad for sure. Bit of a SPY 1-minute inverse head and shoulders forming here. SPY's looking a little bit better here. Come on, get us a punch through this resistance. Palantir going for new highs. Come on. PLTR waking up. Nvidia's starting to wake up. Back to 637. Nice. Beautiful move there on SPY. Breaking out here on the 1 minute chart. That's a nice little move on SPY, guys. If we can get above this 3 minute EMA, we should start to squeeze here. Afternoon squeeze. But yeah, BHD definitely seeing some nice consolidation. Not looking too bad. Look at our PLTR commons. They are ripping here, guys. PLTR is flying to the high side. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Nvidia looking better. Microsoft trying to catch some liquidity. Apple Dapple starting to make a move. Come on, pump this SPY market. Take it green. Take SPY green. Come on. Snowflake's green. VKTX still up 8%. BBAI up about 3%. All right, so Microsoft trying to get going here. Potential breakout on Microsoft. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution. Snapchat getting going. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up. Apple trying to move. Palantir, Nvidia seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Uh-oh. SPY's coming in a little bit. Don't know if there's news there. Palantir seeing a little reversal. Nvidia seeing some top wick distribution. Microsoft still looking good though. Apple looking good. SPY coming in a little bit. That's a nasty little rejection there. Pretty decent rejection so far. You're still holding above that EMA on the 1 minute. Price needs to hold there. Apple coming in. Nvidia softening. Palantir softening. A little bit of profit taking on PLTR. SPY trying to see a little bit of a potential breakdown here. Getting pretty choppy here on SPY. We are forming a nice wedge pattern that's going to break one way or another. So markets might chop around here until the Fed minutes at 2 o'clock. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Microsoft trying to push. SPY seeing some harsh rejection off that 3-minute EMA again. Sitting right above that point of control. Chopping around in a range. Apple, Microsoft coming in a little bit. Nvidia still just chopping down 1.4%. So HIMS is making a nice potential intraday breakout here. A beautiful inverse head and shoulders, guys, on HIMS. Really strong intraday looking pattern. We are long common shares with HIMS, and this has about a 4% upside move based off of this inverse head and shoulders. So TP1 breakout is around 44.44. So HIMS has made a nice red to green reversal. Very strong looking 10-minute chart breakout. BBAI looking pretty strong. VKTX hasn't really given a new high, but still just chopping around. AR still trying to push here, even though nat gas is negative. Maybe that's a little telling that inventory report's going to be positive. Marvell still negative on the tape, but trying to firm up off of the lows. Tesla here, still negative, but trying to firm up off of the lows. Snowflake, nice green price action for snow. Come on, SPY, break out here. SPY getting some bullish momentum, trying to break out yet again for SPY. We're sitting right at that 3-minute chart resistance. If we can clear that 3-minute EMA, it's going to be off to the races for SPY. Still looking. Microsoft starting to get going though, so maybe this is a true breakout that's about to occur. Microsoft getting a little bit more momentum. That's good to see for Mr. Softy. Obviously a big component for the market. Apple still just stuck in a wedge pattern. Still just chopping this market around. Snapchat's trying to break out for a high of day break here. So Snap looking a little bit more optimistic. That's going for a bit of a high breakout. SPY still just stuck in a choppy range here. Fed minutes at 2 p.m. guys. Fed minutes at 2 p.m. Apple's seeing a little bit more selling. Pretty hard rejection there on SPY. Seeing more selling. SPY getting sold into a little bit. Palantir still trying to grind and float. Apple, IWM, Microsoft seeing some top wicks. SPY looks like it's trying to break down. Again, we do have FOMC minutes at 2. Could just be a rope and dope liquidity chopping us before FOMC. It's tough to get a true breakout. Come on, SPY. Get above that resistance. SPY's trying to break here. Come on. Clear that resistance. Clear it. Clear it. We've been patient. It's chopped around for quite a long time here. Don't you get rejected. Squeeze us into FOMC minutes. Palantir just printed a new high. Nvidia is starting to get going here, guys. Apple, Microsoft. Let's look at our PLTR trade. Look at that name. Starting to push some more. What a monster. What a monster. SPY getting a little bit stronger here. Let's go. Squeeze us, break us out. Come on. Inverse head and shoulders trying to trigger and catch some serious momentum here in the market. Look at that inverse head and shoulders, guys. We have two upside targets, 641.50, 643. Come on, squeeze us. Squeeze us, baby. You'll have some 5-minute chart resistance around this EMA. Opening range, prior day low. There's a cluster of resistance right around this 638.50 zone. Come on. Keep going, S&P. Keep going. Palantir still trying to rip to the upside here. What a V-shaped recovery on PLTR. SPY's getting some more volume here. Was that a higher close? That was a higher close, guys. That was a good bullish 5-minute close. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Keep going. Get some follow through. You could backtest the EMA considering that that was your previous resistance. They're flipping the resistance into support now. You've triggered a little bit of a mini inverse here on SPY. Mini inverse head and shoulders on the SPY 1 and 3 minute chart. Upside target gives us a $1.42 move from the neckline, which takes you to 638.66 is your upside target now off of that little mini intraday bullish pattern, guys. TP1. Squeeze it, SPY. Squeeze it. Palantir's still looking good. Nvidia's still trying to charge. Snapchat, AMD breaking out of its bull flag pattern that we've been watching really all day. Nice little bull flag breakout there for AMD. That should help the semis here. Stocks is trying to make a little bit of a move. How's Intel doing? Intel not really participating. Microsoft trying to make a little bit of a move. PLTR still acting quite well. Come on, SPY. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. SPY coming through a little bit of backing and filling. SPY back testing some support. Come on, keep going, SPY. Keep going. AMD is still acting quite well. IWM trying to still hold steady. A little bit of selling in SPY. They're punishing the breakout buyers here. Come on. Give us a break. Come on, SPY. Give us a break. We should get some follow through on SPY. It's seeing a little bit of selling. Microsoft top wicks, AMD, Nvidia still look good. IWM is looking really good. Come on, give us a spike here. Give us a spike. Dixie's certainly weak right now on the tape. US dollar coming in. AMD looking very strong right now. Still holding common shares on AMD. Still holding SPY calls. Come on. Come on. Palantir only down 1.91%. Look at PLTR. Come on. Give us a spike. Turn Palantir green. Come on, SPY. Punch it to that 638 level. Get that next level of call volume in. 20 minutes till FOMC minutes. FOMC minutes are likely going to reiterate a Fed rate cut. Inflation is still their main objective and goal while supporting the labor market. So it should still be an okay Fed minute report. The market could pop and squeeze into end of the day. SPY looking like it wants to go green. SPY does look like it wants green price. We'll see what happens here. Ethereum up 5%. Come on, keep going. Nvidia trying to take out its little highs here. Come on. Apple still stuck inside of its little wedge pattern. Dixie still negative. Gold up. Crude oil up. Bitcoin up 1. Come on, SPY. Push up off of this area. Punch it. Punch the flag. Punch the flag pattern, SPY. Punch it higher. SPY is still trying to stage a bit of a breakout here. Come on, SPY. Give it. Nvidia is trying to push. Microsoft's still pretty depressed down here. Nvidia trying to push a little bit more. AMD taking a bit of a breather. Snapchat trying to push. And BBAI, what a nice reversal on BBAI, guys. That's a stunning reversal. SMR going green. Come on, SPY, break out. Snapchat trying to go for another high of day. Snapchat, new high of day. Well, not really, actually. But trying to break out of a little consolidation range. Microsoft, Nvidia still looking good. Palantir still looking great here. SPY starting to get a little bit of momentum. Come on. Punch us to 638. Punch us through, SPY. Punch us through. You know you want to. HIMS is green. SMR up 1%. BBAI up 2.9. QQQ still down 0.7. There goes SPY. Come on. Break us through this resistance. Give us a nice impulse move into that prior day low. Here we go, guys. 637 calls are now deeper in the money. Come on, keep going, SPY. Keep going. Nice move on SPY. Really good, healthy move. Nice push on the S&P 500 here, guys. Really strong push coming into play. Really good. This is amazing. Amazing. Keep her going. Come on, you got more, SPY. You got more. Palantir still trying to go. Nvidia still trying to push. Microsoft participating. Apple's still fairly muted. So if Apple can start to gain some legs here, this market could really start to squeeze here into the end of the day. FOMC minutes could give you a huge punch back up to the upside. Markets are still trending here. Palantir, Microsoft still trying to press. Apple trying to get going here on the 10-minute chart. Come on. Punch it, SPY, punch it. Microsoft still trying to press here. The markets do look like they have more. Microsoft Nvidia is still acting quite well. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. IWM still trying to press. Come on, get to 638. Tap that prior day low. Are they going to take S&P 500 green? It's looking like they have a strong chance of that, guys. It's looking very strong taking the S&P 500 green here. A little bit of resistance at this opening range low. Come on, keep going. Keep going, S&P. You got more. Microsoft still pushing here, guys. MSFT. Still the big boy. Palantir seeing a little bit of selling, but Microsoft is still pushing. Looking very strong on Microsoft. That should help cloud-based stocks, IGV, QQQ, S&P. Come on, MSFT. Keep going. NVIDIA taking a little bit of a breather. So is AMD. SPY seeing a little bit of a top wick there. It's okay. We could be setting up a 3-bar surge on the SPY 10-minute chart. SPY still okay. A little bit of day trade selling. Microsoft still punching through here. Apple taking a bit of a breather. So Microsoft is still trying to run here. Big squeeze on MSFT coming into play. Come on. Keep pressing this market higher, Microsoft. Nvidia's taking a bit of a breather. Semis have taken a breather. But Microsoft trying to go. Apple still trying to curl slightly higher. Selling hitting the tape. SPY still getting gobbled up here. Microsoft still holding steady. Nvidia getting bought up slightly on the 5-minute chart. Apple trying to get bought up a little bit. Come on, take us to 638, SPY. You want it. I know you want it. Selling hitting the tape in Nvidia and AMD. They're taking a bit of a breather here. Nice bounce on SPY. Come on. Give us a 3-bar surge on the 10-minute chart right into that prior day low. Come on. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Nvidia trying to bounce, AMD trying to bounce, Microsoft still trying to press, Apple still lagging a little bit here on Apple to Apple. Apparently Under Armour saw some insider buying, UA. Interesting. Still trying to press a little bit. Apple trying to curl slightly higher. Amazon's curling down. Meta's trying to flag sideways, looking a little bit more bullish on Meta. Microsoft still trying to push a little bit here. Softening in SPY. So that same EMA 3-minute that has kept us in check here, we're now back testing. So resistance is now support. We'll see if it holds. SPY seeing a little bit of selling. AMD, a little bit more selling in that name. Nvidia seeing some selling. Microsoft, top wicks. Apple curling down. FOMC minutes in a few minutes. SPY losing a little bit of momentum here. Nvidia, Apple curling down. Microsoft's getting some top wick distribution. QQQ still down 0.8, SPY down 0.42, IWM down 0.42. So IWM and SPY are neck and neck here. FOMC minutes are incoming. I'd love to see them punch this market. It could go either way, but I'd love to see them pop this market to the upside. Apple still curling down, Nvidia curling down, AMD curling down, Microsoft still trying to push up a little bit. IWM holding 225.25. 1 minute till we get some volatility. Actually, 40 seconds, guys. 40 seconds. They could absolutely pop this market or they could drop it. We will see which way they go. Considering we've sold off into it, I think they're going to pop it, but you never know. All right, FOMC minutes. A little bit of a downtick. See if they want to pop us. A little bit of extra volume on minutes are coming in. Dixie has sold off a little bit here into minutes. Markets also sold off a little bit. Come on, can they punch us higher here? Yields are staying fairly flat. Dixie coming in a little bit more. Come on, pop this market. Pop it. A little bit of a buy the dip. Now not seeing much follow through. So fairly muted price action right now. Fairly muted on FOMC minutes. So far the Dixie still negative. Gold still doing well. S&P still hanging around 637. Losing a little bit of steam here, momentum. They are trying to sell SPY here a little bit on the minutes. We'll see if it's a fake liquidity grab or if it's a real deal, but Nvidia looking a little heavier here. AMD, Apple, Dixie's catching a minor bid here. So the Dixie is spiking here, causing the markets to come under pressure. Can see SPY big trend line test is this pivot, but inflationary risks from the Fed are being observed. We are seeing SPY curling down here. So tariff risks, inflation risks, not a good FOMC minutes. Apple just got knifed right down to the lows. Apple just made new lows. Look at that. Jeez. They just absolutely hammered Apple. Hammered it. So initial reaction, they say off of the Fed news, the initial reaction is the wrong move. We'll see if that comes into play. So far, it's a hard decline. Apple breaking down, Nvidia seeing some selling, AMD, Microsoft, everything saw a bit of a hit there. The Dixie did spike up a little bit. So not a healthy little print there and reaction off of FOMC minutes. So it's a nasty little 5-minute candle down so far on the S&P 500. Microsoft seeing a little bit of buy the dip. Dixie's really pushed a little bit. Gold coming in from the highs just a touch. SPY is still trying to see some sell side. AMD catching a little bit of a buyer's bid. Palantir still holding steady. Quite a bit of volume there off of that move. Dixie still trying to hang in there. Apple catching a little bit of a bid here off of the lows. They're trying to buy it up a touch. Nvidia sold off there. AMD sold off. So yields did spike a little bit. I think they're jawboning this market. Dixie spiked a little bit. Obviously, markets sold off. Trying to scare people into thinking there's no rate cuts if we get a higher inflationary print. But meanwhile, Canada's CPI yesterday came in lighter. U.S. inflation, I think we're getting a rate cut. The Fed expectation, the CME watch tool. Let me pull that up on my other screen. So the Fed watch tool hasn't really changed. Let's see what it's showing. Yeah, I mean, it's still showing an 84.9% chance of a Fed rate cut. So, um, still a big, heavy presence for the rate cut expectations. Let's look at October. So October is a little bit more balanced here, but September we should still get a Fed rate cut. Apple getting a buy the dip. AMD catching a big bid off of the lows. Still shaking and moving down here on SPY. Look at a nice chart pattern on Snapchat looks like it was wanting to go green here into the close. So Snapchat seeing some considerable volume and breaking out here. Potential daily chart bottoming tail, doing a liquidity sweep of the lows. Come on, Snapchat, squeeze it. Squeeze it, Snap. PLTR still holding steady. AMD catching a pretty big wick. AMD. That guy's good. Right, so we're seeing the S&P recapturing 637, Palantir still holding steady, Nvidia still flagging on your 15-minute chart. HIMS is making a really good push, Palantir still pushing. So a nice push in HIMS here, trying to reestablish that breakout. Snapchat has made a really nice push off of the lows. Certain mega caps are lagging like Microsoft, etc. I am seeing the Dixie running into a little bit of resistance here, putting in lower highs. So maybe this is where the market can get a bit of a squeeze into the end of the day. Okay. I did issue a new alert, common share alert for members. All right, scrolling through some other charts, trying to see what is shaking and moving. Still a nice move on SMR today. Beautiful little daily chart reversal on SMR. Nat gas stocks AR continuing to outperform here on AR. Look at that nice little breakout hourly chart bull flag. You're now into gap window. Let's see it eat through this resistance. Let's see if SPY can break out of this downtrend. It's been putting in some higher lows, but it's failing to get those higher highs. It is looking a little bit more constructive here into the close. We're seeing a little bit more buying pressure hitting individual names. Nvidia trying to firm up. Microsoft still lagging. Bitcoin got slightly faded, but still positive on the tape. Still think there could be a potential squeeze into the close. HIMS is getting a really good push. Micron down sharply today, 5%. Hood is down 3.4. Snapchat trying to make a bullish recovery. Can they take Snapchat green into the close? Can they take SPY green? Let's see them push this market. Tesla still down 2.3. SoFi down 2. Intel down 7.2. They're trying to facelift SPY just a little bit here. And again, we do have a 5-minute chart inverse head and shoulders. It's a much bigger one now. That's shaping up. Gives us about a $6 move from the neckline, which takes us all the way up to a massive bull target. Not today, but maybe over the next 1 to 7 days, if it triggers here. AMD catching a bit, Snap, HIMS, Nvidia, Microsoft now starting to move. Could be a power hour squeeze into the end of the session. SPY's not that far from going positive. You know, the gap fills all the way up here, so it wouldn't be out of the question for them to take this to, you know, call it 639, 50, 60 into the close. We've seen some pretty impressive power hour squeezes. Microsoft doing a nice little 10-minute bullish engulfing. Nvidia only down 1% right now. Nat gas turning positive. Dixie still seeing a little bit of softening. Come on, punch it through. SPY is starting to get a little bit more of that power hour volume. A lot of stocks are trying to catch some bids here into the close. Come on. Snapchat going for another high of day. Snapchat looking really good. How's Meta looking here? Meta only down 0.79, so it's trying to rally itself. Mega Cap Tech is trying to catch a small bid here. Microsoft a little bit of a bullish reversal. But Snapchat definitely a beast right now. Shaping up for a nice move. AMD, Nvidia is still trying to press. Microsoft trying to press. We are seeing a nice little potential rally here. Can they keep squeezing it? Are we going to see a nice squeeze and continuation? Are they going to give us a higher high? Here, we did form a higher low on the SPY 10-minute chart. Still a lot of selling today, but starting to see a little bit of buying pressure. 10-minute chart pattern looks very constructive. 5-minute chart, we've already tapped this resistance once, so we're going to blast through it. Yep, we're blasting through it. Nice momentum coming into the S&P 500 again. We are seeing a little bit of a power hour rally, and we have triggered that inverse head and shoulders. On the 5-minute chart, we're looking for a confirmed 5-minute candle break here. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Palantir going for a high of day. Nvidia trying to go. HIMS is looking strong. Seeing quite a bit more accumulation in the market. Testing for a potential new high on SPY. Can they take it positive here into the close? It's looking like the S&P 500 is having a nice rebound off of the lows. It's still negative, but they are pushing SPY up here, testing 638 momentarily. That is your opening range low. We did get rejected off of it here, so chances are we should try to push through it now. But a nice rally in the S&P into the end of the session here. There we go. So we're testing that opening range low, new high of day for SPY, Palantir, Nvidia going still for another new high. Come on. I think there's still some more upside. We are running into that opening range. We tested this area once, so we should get through that zone. So nice little move, 638 on deck for SPY right now. Squeezing to the upside for the S&P. Big push here coming into the S&P. 637s are printing, 639s that I issued to the live trading chat are printing up 100%. We still have a little bit more, I think. HIMS is pushing, Nvidia, AMD pushing. Microsoft still trying to push, Dixie's softening. SPY is still looking strong. There could be still a short squeeze into the end of the session. We are running into a little bit of resistance here. A little bit of resistance. But it does look like they're trying to take this market positive here into the close. Come on, give us a little bit more. HIMS is ripping now. NVIDIA taking a bit of a breather. Dixie curling down. SPY probably still has more in the tank, guys. It's looking like an end of day squeeze. You know, those massive, massive moves. It looks like they're going to take SPY positive. It does look like that. HIMS is squeezing. NVIDIA looking for another high. AMD breaking out. Palantir still pushing. Microsoft still trying to push. Come on, SPY. You got more. You got more. Push it for 639. Tap that prior day low. A little bit of selling on the 5-minute chart. That's okay though. HIMS is looking like a beast right now. Dixie's curling down, softening a little bit more. Can they squeeze SPY positive? Market's looking much stronger here into the close. Potentially some short covering occurring. Relative strength in SPY is trying to creep up here. Give us another spike higher, SPY. Give us another spike into that TP. VIX is still falling. AMD, NVIDIA is still looking good. SPY still trying to look to go positive. We have 45 minutes left in the tape. We've had a nice 10-minute surge, potentially setting up a 3-bar surge on the 10-minute chart here. A little bit of selling coming in, but minor. Microsoft still looks constructive. Palantir seeing some distribution. I'm probably going to be swinging Palantir overnight. A little bit of selling coming into SPY. But it does look like we should give us another push here. Still got some time left in the tape. Palantir going for another move. HIMS is now going for another move. NVIDIA trying to curl back up. AMD still looking constructive on the 5 and 15. Come on, give us another push higher here, SPY. Give us those epic late day surges. Let's see another big impulse move. Come on. Snapchat new high. Snapchat looking to go positive. Come on, SPY. Give us another push on the 10-minute chart here. Give us another push. Snapchat new high. HIMS is pushing. NVIDIA tapping new highs there as well. Really bullish that we're recapturing. There goes SPY yet again, pushing for new highs. Come on. Surging here on SPY. They are starting to squeeze it on the 10-minute chart as well. That's a really big 10-minute squeeze on SPY. Still pushing here. Come on, squeeze it. Nvidia still looks strong. HIMS is looking strong. We're going to bust through prior day low on SPY. Really big push. We see Snapchat has gone green, guys. Snapchat has gone green. Epic push for Snap. HIMS is pushing still. So your 10-minute candle close. Let's see if we get a 3-bar surge on the 10-minute chart here. 3-bar surge on the 10-minute. Come on, give it to us. Snapchat is squeezing here, guys. 719 on deck for Snap. SPY still acting well. We could still see it squeeze higher here. Come on, take SPY positive. We're only 0.24% away from SPY going positive. Can they hit 639 here? We're still trying to push. Snapchat pushing at the highs. Nvidia is still strong. HIMS is still strong. Markets are still trying to push here. SPY, come on, give us another high, SPY. Right through prior day. Impulsed it. Impulsed it through that zone. Really big squeeze into the end of the day. We still got time for this market to turn positive, believe it or not. There we go. A new surging high there for SPY. Squeezing. Squeezing. Look at that move, guys. All right, I am all out of my 637 calls. I am all out, guys. Bang, bang. Beautiful trade there on the tape, guys. Excellent trade if you caught that with us. I'm all out of those 0 DTEs. All out. Epic, guys. Huge monster trade. Again, please hit that like button. All out of my 637s, all out of my 639s that I took as a private trade. Everyone should have caught that. We were super patient, man. Super patient. Super, super patient. I'm also taking half of my profit on Palantir here, guys. I'm selling half of my Palantir at the highs here. 50 shares. Beautiful. Beautiful gain on Palantir and SPY there. Look at SPY still squeezing. They are trying to take this. Snapchat's also a big mover on the session. Snapchat went from red to green. But look at them push SPY for 639, or at least they're trying to. And that was a monster. Executed in the live trading chat, my new group, I executed a SPY 639 lotto call around the 12 o'clock time frame, entered at 12 cents, just sold at 40 cents. SPY 637 calls that I called out live here, my average was 76 cents, sold at a $1.80. Huge gains. Huge gains, guys. Congrats if you caught that with us. Look at Snapchat. What a beautiful reversal there on Snap. I love it. I love it. Took profits on PLTR. So nice winners, guys. We went 3 for 3 today on the live day trading room. So again, please hit that like button. We're on here each and every day. It's the least you can do. Those are some 3 massive, massive trades. SPY 637 calls, 639 zeros that I put in my live chat for members. Palantir longs printed. Still have some runners on PLTR, but that was epic. That was an epic, epic move. TPs hit, guys. TPs have been hit. That was a monster trade. 3 big winners. SPY calls, Palantir, 4 actually, and TGX. Don't forget about that short trade on TGX. That was a clinical dump. Epic, epic calls. That was crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Money has been made today, guys. Money has been made. You look at some of these names. Hims has had a wonderful rebound. Beautiful inverse head and shoulders yet again, trying to break out. That's had a terrific bounce. SMR has had a terrific red to green reversal. Look at that V-shaped recovery. My oh my, some stocks could absolutely move. Snapchat, red to green reversal, even on the daily, a nice daily chart bottoming tail on a pretty decent amount of volume. You look at Snowflake, that's had a nice reversal back to the green side. BBAI having a nice reversal back to the green side. AR is pumping to the upside. Still have a lot of weakness in your semis. Names like Marvell still trying to firm up. SMCI still trying to firm up a little bit. On semiconductor still trying to firm up. AMD, nice bounce in AMD, but we got to watch to see what type of pattern it holds. The nice thing about AMD, believe it or not, still managing to put in a higher low. Look at that. So even with the sell side pressure in semis, AMD is still managing to put in a higher low. So that's beautiful to see. UNH got clobbered today. Silver's doing quite well. Roblox making a red to green reversal. That name's had a pretty strong bounce from the lows. CRM is green today. Tesla under some pressure, but bouncing quite nicely off of the lows. S&P looks like it wants new highs here. Look at that big bounce on that EMA there for Tesla. That is crazy. All right, let's look at this 5-minute chart now for SPY, because it is acting quite well. Thanks, surfers. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you banked. Look at SPY, still trying to press here. Pretty impressive for sure. Pretty impressive. Snapchat still pushing. Wow, are they going to take it for another high of day push here? That is incredible. That is incredible. What an absolute beast of a market here. That is a beast. SPY looking to go for positive price. Tesla trying to firm up itself. Tesla coming back to its opening 10-minute range. Palantir still ripping to the upside, guys. What an absolute monster. Monster. I still have 50 shares running. I sold 50, have 50 left on the table. But that is crazy. What a reversal in many of these names. HIMS is looking strong. AMD is still trying to make a move higher. Nvidia pressing. Microsoft coming in a little bit. Great day, guys. Great day. No worries, no worries. So again, the 239, sorry, the 639 lotto call that I issued on SPY today printed my biggest win of the day. That was a trade that was sent out only to my new live trading service. Snapchat, Tesla, SPY's going for another high of day push here. Run in, run in. Anyone still in those 637 SPY calls, I mean, they're now printing $1.85. I sold it $1.80. What a monster move in this tape here. Oh my goodness, they are going to take it positive. They are going to take this market positive. Look at that push. What a squeeze coming in late in the session. Market is squeezing. SMR up 3. UA up 2.28. Snapchat green. AR is pushing. Snow's green. MSOS squeezing. Ethereum up 6%. HIMS is up 2.23. Crazy price action day. That is for sure. So what looked to be a pretty big down day in the equity markets has been negated. You still have the Qs down 0.5%. But wow, what an epic bounce. Look at that tail candle on SPX. If that is not a liquidity grab, I don't know what is, because that thing is a huge tail. Now, typically after a tail candle of that size, you get some sort of a retest. So I would watch for a retest to your 20-day moving average on SPX, which is sitting at right around that 63.81 zone. But that is a filthy, filthy move back up to the upside. Super, super impressive. HIMS is still squeezing, guys. HIMS is still pushing. We did enter a new longer term investment trade as well as a new options trade today. Again, they still could push this market positive. They could try to push this market positive. We have hit my upside TP, but just based off of pure short squeeze alone, to take the S&P 500 positive would not shock me. And we have set up a nice bullish pattern intraday. SMCI now trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Tesla still acting well. Nvidia's got some top wicks. So seeing a bit of distribution there. HIMS is squeezing here, guys. Look at HIMS flying, flying to the upside. Go, hymns, go. Hymns earn health. Look at that inverse head and shoulders. That is a clinical pattern. That gives us an even higher upside target based off of this breakout. That is a filthy breakout intraday bearish to bullish reversal. That is nice. I love to see that for him. Considering we are long. Huge move. Huge. Let's look at Oscar again. OSCR. Oscar is not doing too well today. Back testing that EMA, so there should be some support, but I'd have to wait for that gap fill. Oscar is such a choppy chart. A lot of chop and slop in that name. Hims though, wow, look at this move on Hims, guys. That thing is just printing to the high side. Oh my goodness. Hims is squeezing here intraday in a world of its own right now. Look at that breakout. SMCI looking pretty good. All right, I'm sitting down for the last 20 minutes here. But great job trading today, guys. That was epic. Biggest trade today was sent out to the live trading group. It's a brand new service, so I know there's been a lot of support here on the live streams. Eventually, I am going to be calling out most of my live day trade on the live trading group, guys. So now it sets up SPY for a continuation into end of week. We have Jackson Hole, which obviously is at the end of the week. Tomorrow you do have a little bit of data that we can quickly discuss while the market's just consolidating here at the highs. So tomorrow at 8:30 is important. One of the two reasons why is you have a whole bunch of manufacturing data tomorrow, which obviously the Philly Fed manufacturing can move markets. But the bigger thing that the market will be watching tomorrow is the initial jobless claims, 8:30. So forecast is 226,000. Previous came in at 224. So will we see any sort of cracks in the labor market? That's what I'm looking for. So 8:30 a.m. initial job loss claims, continuing job loss claims, as well as your some manufacturing data at 8:30. So pretty market moving data at 8:30. 9:45 we do have the S&P PMI manufacturing. So that can be market moving. And then you also have 10 a.m. data, existing home sales. So 8:30 data, 9:45 data, 10 a.m. data. There is going to be tape bomb after tape bomb tomorrow. So just be aware of that. Then we move into 10:30, nat gas inventories. Then we have moved into 11:30. We got some bill auctions. We got the 4-week, 8-week bill auction, which really isn't that important. But 1 o'clock, we got the 30-year tips auction. And then after market close, 4:30 Fed balance sheet. And then obviously Jackson Hole Symposium starts at 8:30. So I personally think this is Jay Powell's last Jackson Hole meeting, serving as Fed chair. So I think he's probably going to be bullish for the market. I would bet money that since this is Powell's last Jackson Hole meeting, he's probably going to try to pump this market up. Let's look at Palantir again. Still squeezing to the upside. Go PLTR, go. SPY still just trading at the highs. Hasn't officially gone positive. You can see the resistance we're trading into on SPY. SPY print another new high there. Really, really bullish. Monster pump there into the end of the close. Still see massive surges on that last 15 minutes. SPY can really see some monster moves into the close here. We'll see if that is the case. Epic push in the main indices. Palantir, what are we thinking? Still down? Should I exit this full position? I mean, probably, but look at that volume on Palantir today. 200 million shares, over 200 million shares. That is freaking crazy. Last time we traded that many shares, it was on this red bar down and then it gapped up the next day. Wow. And then over here, that could be a little bit of a near-term bottom on PLTR. That is a big, big decline. Weekly chart still looks a little heavy, but that is a huge decline for Palantir. A lot of volume there. People certainly stepping in and buying up. SPY still hanging on. HIMS is still pushing. So let's just quickly summarize things. A nice V-shaped recovery in the S&P at least. It's still negative on the tape. Qs are still down 0.5%. IWM down 0.25. You've had some strength in the commodities today around gold up 1%, natural gas going green up 0.3, crude oil though up 1.81%. That's around Trump moving some ships. Where was it? Name is escaping me. I think it was Venezuela, if I stand corrected. But oil obviously spiking to the upside here. That is oil's looking like now it's trying to form another little intraday inverse head and shoulders. It's been a choppy asset, but looking like it's trying to break out and trigger here on the 4-hour chart. So crude oil obviously looking a little bit more firm here. Next resistance, if this breaks out, is really this 63.80, $64 area, but crude's looking a little bit more constructive. I've been tempted to buy a rig down here just as a high beta play to oil. We are seeing bids in XOM. We are seeing bid in XLE today. XLE has been a strong ETF. Look at that impulse candle to the upside of 1.21%. You've seen a nice move on Valero today. So there's a lot of strength in certain energy names today, and RIG has kind of underperformed, I think, just because it has that higher beta risk to it. But perhaps it's ready. It's been selling off on declining volume. So there might be a trade there for RIG, guys. I've been watching it closely. Look at SPY going for 639. Holy cannoli. That is a beast. SPY tapping 639. Can you believe it? What an epic move. We're talking about a 633 to 639 point rally. That is clinical, guys. Clinical. What a move. Are they going to try to take it green here? That is crazy. That could be the potential top there in SPY. That could be the potential top. Dixie is catching a bid, so just be aware of that. Oh, look at that bounce on PLTR, guys. Epic. What a beast of a move. You can see SPY holding right on that prior day low. A wonderful, wonderful surge there into the close, guys. Wonderful surge. Buy the dip is still alive. Even though you still have a lot of weakness in semis, individual names, a lot of names made some good reversals today. And you still have some broadening out in the market. You know, we look at these S&P 500 sectors again, and let me make sure that everyone can see it. Let me move my camera over so everyone can see this, but we look at the S&P 500 sectors again, and I mean, it's not a really bad day for the broad market, even though the major indices are down just out of sheer weakness in your mega cap names. Regional banks are green, materials are green, energy's green, financials are green, industrials flat to green. XLK, another down day for XLK. You look at staples, staples are green, real estate green, utilities, healthcare green. So the majority of the market is actually green. You just have weakness in individual mega cap names. So it's your mega caps that are honestly weighing in on this market once again, just like we saw yesterday. It's really your mega caps that are struggling again. Look at your big boys. Company one, two, three, four, five, six, your six biggest, Tesla's included in there, are weak on the tape. UNH down, but you go through the rest of the list and there's a lot of pockets of green today. It's just the usual suspects that are down. So super, super impressive to see the market. But we look at that XLK again, and XLK has had another vicious breakdown, tagging the 50-day moving average. Look at XLK. And now this is what's really interesting. XLK, the low on this candle, I can't even tell if it's a low or low. I think we actually maintained higher low. So the low on this candle was 255.78. 255.78 was the low. And look at that. We maintained a higher low on that candle, 255.84. So they maintained a higher low on XLK by 6 cents. That is insane. bouncing off of the 50-day moving average. Look at the volume in XLK today. 10.35 million shares. That is big. Really, really big. Wow. Impressive. Look at that bounce on SPX. That thing is impressive. Back above 6,400. This is why you got to likely buy and continue to buy into fear until we get that higher low. I mean, let's remove some of these trend lines here. But my, oh my, that's one big tail candle on the S&P 500. And there's still a strong chance that we can retest those lows. Look at that SPY rip. Huge volume back up to the upside. Epic, epic moves. So we filled a major gap to the downside. We're still above this breakout trend line. Can you believe that on SPY? Look at that candle close. That is filthy. Not that much volume on the SPY today. Only about 70, what is it, 73 million shares right now. Let's look at the Qs. So QQQ volume a little bit more, 69 million shares. Qs are still looking a little bit weaker. Qs are below its 20-day moving average, but recapturing this upsloping trend. So it's a good sign for the Qs in the near term. But definitely some more relative strength in SPY since it's recaptured its 20-day moving average. What a push there into the close on NVIDIA. NVIDIA making a nice little tail candle. Epic buy the dip, right? Buy the dip still is alive and strong. Look at that move. AMD, big tail candle. Micron still a little bit weak on the tape. Let's look at some of your other bigger semis. ASML still getting bought up. AVGO still getting bought up. That was a monster move. Microsoft getting absolutely demolished here into the close. Nvidia seeing some strength. So look at Microsoft. No real bid yet on Microsoft. So imagine where the markets could bounce if this name bounces. Look at the weakness in MSFT. That is something to certainly keep aware, be on watch, because Microsoft's still one of your big stocks influencing IGV. So IGV has had a nice bounce, but Microsoft really hasn't. Look at IGV. Wow, I wish I actually saw that on IGV. A clinical backtest of your EMA 113. How's Cloudflare Net doing? Yep, big bounce there. Let's look at Adobe. Adobe's right at the lows. Wow. ACN. ACN near the lows. Let's look at CDNS. Also another one that I've had on my radar to get long again after we traded off of that gap up. It's gone through some nice consolidation. But Dixie's surging here into the close. SPY getting rejected hard into the close. Really, really hard into the close on SPY. Look at that reversal back down. That is nasty, guys. That is a nasty, nasty dump there on SPY into the close. Oh, filthy move. Filthy move. What crazy volatility. We made money. We executed, I executed 4 terrific trades today. We called out 3 here on the live stream, 1 in the private group. But that was nasty. So you still have NVIDIA. NVIDIA's almost gone positive in the tape. Tesla lagging a little bit still. Snapchat went slightly negative, but Tesla, nice little strong close here on Tessie. Tesla's still bouncing off of some key moving average. I like the fact that Tesla recaptured its 113, 50, and 20 moving average. It's a positive sign. Look at this big bounce on MSOS today after we took profits yesterday at the lows. What an epic bounce. Huge bounce. That's crazy. UNH, this name is going through a little bit more, so distribution, whoops. Sitting right on a point of control. UNH needs to hold this area or else we run the risk of retesting your 50 and then potentially the gap. All right, guys, thank you all for tuning in. Great job if you caught those trades with us. We went 4 for 4 in the live trading room, 3 here on the live stream, but nevertheless, it was a very, very good session for us here. Stay tuned for more updates. Tomorrow will be another interesting trading session with a lot of economic data in the morning and spread out throughout the day. So I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Take care, everybody. We'll see you on the charts a little bit later.